Okay, good evening, everyone. It is 6:34. Call the meeting to order. Mauricio?
Commissioner Stuyvesant? Here. Commissioner Joseph?
Present.
Commissioner Vizcarra?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lama?
Here.
Mayor Svechin?
Here.
All members present, ma'am.
Okay, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. We don't have an invocation. Ari, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I'll do it.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mauricio?
Okay, so we are the regular city commission meeting of January 15, 2026. We're going to start off with the approval of the minutes, which is item 3A, the summary minutes for the November 20th, 2025 commission meeting.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Second?
Second.
In favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Mauricio?
So
No order of business?
let's do the your opening statement, Mayor.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your attendance and thank you for joining us tonight. Before we begin, there are a few important reminders regarding conduct during our commission meetings. Please ensure all electronic devices are turned off or set to silent mode to maintain the integrity of our proceedings. Mutual respect is the foundation of productive discussions. We ask that everyone remain silent and attentive when someone is addressing the commission. Clapping, applauding, heckling, or any verbal outbursts, either in support or opposition of the speaker, are strictly prohibited. Any individual wishing to address the commission must fill out a public speaker's card and submit it to the city clerk before the relevant item is announced. Each speaker is granted a maximum of 3 minutes. Should you exceed this time, the chair will notify you to conclude your remarks. Speak directly to the agenda's points. Remain concise and avoid redundancy. Should an individual speak without the chair's permission or continue speaking after a warning, they may be escorted out of the chambers. It is essential to avoid making impertinent, slanderous remarks or becoming boisterous while addressing the commission. Such behavior may lead to being barred from future commission appearances, unless the majority of the commission members present vote otherwise. The presiding officer may disallow signs or placards in the commission chamber. Please exit the chamber quietly and without disruption. The goal of our meetings is to facilitate public input and participation. However, disruptive or disorderly conduct hinders our collective objective. Individuals who want to speak on an item on the agenda are asked to fill out a public speaker's card and give it to the city clerk before the item is called. Speakers are asked to speak to the issues, make comments concise and to the point, and refrain from making duplicate comments. All speakers will be limited to 1 3-minute comment per item. If you exceed the 3-minute allotment, the chair will advise you to finish your comment. If you speak out of turn without permission from the chair and/or you do not cease speaking after 1 warning, you will be escorted out of chambers. In order to maintain orderly conduct and/or proper decorum at these meetings, anyone who interferes with the orderly process of the meetings after a warning may be removed from the meeting and may be barred from further appearance before the City Commission, as permitted in S-286, 0114, FS and SS 74-5 and 74-21 of the City's Code of Ordinances. Any necessary removal will be made at the direction of the mayor and will be carried out by law enforcement or a designated sergeant at arms. It is essential that attendees adhere to these rules of procedure to ensure productive meetings that serve both the public and the City Commission. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Happy New Year. Love that there's so many people here because it was really cold in here earlier, so thank you for warming it up. I want to welcome everyone because most of you have never been here before, so I appreciate, and as this entire commission, appreciate you all being here. I will give you many opportunities and remind you that there are the public speaking cards, but I'm going to start now. I'm losing my voice a little bit, so please follow the rules that you just heard as far as the 3-minute rule and the rules of this body. Same goes for my colleagues over here. If you would like to fill out a public speaking card and you're not sure if you're going to speak, that's okay. Just fill it out now. You could give it to the clerk, and you may change your mind at any time if you would like to. But once the item is out of the public speaking, then it's closed. Okay, Mauricio?
Sorry, I would just like to make one clarification if I could.
One second, please. Could we do the order of business first?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a couple of changes to tonight's agenda. We're going to hear out of order the following items. 8A, which is an ordinance amending the land development regulations, will be heard at the beginning, as will ordinance amending the future land use map, which is item 8B. We are also going to hear out of order item 5C, which is a zoning application by San Tropez Beach developers. That'll be the first application that will be considered. And then we also have a few items by Commissioner Vizcarra, which are based off of the discussion at the 3 o'clock workshop regarding the legislative priorities for the city. It's a resolution supporting or opposing each bill.
Okay, and that is up in front, the additional?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if you were here to speak on 5C, please go ahead and fill out the public speaking card now. I imagine most of you are here for 5A, but 5C, if you were thinking about speaking on that, please go ahead and fill out the card in the back. You had a
Yes.
point of clarification? Please go
I
ahead.
just wanted to also even make it more clear that if you're regarding the San Tropez signage, please mark 5C. If you're here regarding the approval for the Miami Beach Club, please mark 5B.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
so there's no
Thank you for that. Okay.
no problem.
Mauricio?
So the first item that the commission will be considering is item 8A, which is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 265, Article 7, Section 265-44 of the Land Development Regulations, entitled Specific Use Regulations, by establishing procedures for the review and approval of certified recovery residences and creating a process for requesting a reasonable accommodation from any land use regulation that serves to prohibit the establishment of a certified recovery residence in accordance with Section 397.487(15)A of the Florida statutes, providing for repeal, providing for severability, providing for transmittal to the state land, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. And this is second and final reading.
All right, so if anyone wanted to speak on 8A, please go ahead and fill out that card now. I'm going to give a lot of latitude because I want to make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to speak on any item they want to. And a reminder, you can speak on multiple items. However, if you do need to have a conversation, please take it outside because the acoustics in this room bounce, and every single conversation you have, we hear up here, and it's very distracting. Please go ahead, Amy.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is second reading of the ordinance regarding recovery residences. Just as a reminder, this past year, the state passed legislation regarding certified recovery residences, and it requires that the counties and municipalities adopt an ordinance that establishes the process and procedure for certified recovery residences and a process for reasonable accommodation requests. So this is second reading. There have been no changes since first reading, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, do we have any questions from the commission? I'll take a motion, please.
So moved.
Motion.
Second by
I'll
Okay.
second.
Mauricio.
Vice Mayor Lama,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Commissioner Vizcarra,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin.
Yes.
The ordinance passes 5-0.
great. Thank you. Next item, please, 8B.
8B is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, amending the text of the future land use element of the adopted comprehensive plan, providing for repeal, providing for servability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Amy.
Okay. This is second reading of the text amendment to the future land use element of the city's comprehensive plan. After first reading in November, the amendment package was transmitted to all of the reviewing agencies, and the city did not receive any comment letters or letters of objection. So therefore, it's before you for second reading. There have been no changes since first reading either. But just to provide a quick reminder of what this amendment accomplishes, it adds critical definitions that are currently not included in the future land use element. It updates the statutory and date references, eliminates redundant policies, and updates the population projections. And it also establishes the upper levels of development for 5 future land use categories. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are there questions to the commission? I'll take a motion, please.
Motion.
Need a second? Mauricio?
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Commissioner Viscara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lama,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin.
Yes.
The ordinance passes 5-0.
All right. Now we're to 5C.
Yes, we're into the zoning applications, and if I may, I'm going to read the introductory statement. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this evening's agenda has 3 zoning applications, and the City Commission will be conducting public hearings to review and consider these applications. In these matters, the City Commission sits in a quasi-judicial capacity and will hear testimony from city staff, the applicants, and members of the public. The materials attached to the agenda are considered part of the record, as well as any additional documentary evidence that is introduced and accepted into the record during these hearings. If you intend to speak or provide testimony on any zoning application, you must be sworn in and should have also filled out a public speaker's card and handed it to the city clerk before the agenda item is called. If you are called to speak, please state your name on the record, your address, and whether you've been sworn in. Please make your comments concisely. As a matter of procedure, the city staff will present first. After city staff has made their presentations, the applicants will then make their presentations in support of their applications. Thereafter, the hearings will be open to members of the public to speak in support of or against the pending applications. The City Commission may set a reasonable time limit, which is 3 minutes, for members of the public to speak. After members of the public speak, both staff and the applicants may make additional statements or rebuttal, and the applicants have the right to cross-examine any witness. Thereafter, the public hearing portion of the item will be closed, and the Commission will commence deliberations and make a decision on the application. Ultimately, the decision made by the City Commission at the conclusion of the hearings must be based upon competent substantial evidence which has been presented during the course of the hearings and must adhere to the essential requirements of the law. Competent substantial evidence is defined as evidence that is sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate support to the conclusion reached, and includes documentary evidence in the record, the city's staff report, comments or opinions of professional staff, fact-based comments of neighbors, residents, and laypersons, and opinion testimony, but only by witnesses who are qualified as experts. Competent substantial evidence does not include conjecture, speculation, or generalized opinions or statements in support or in opposition to the matter. Attorney testimony is generally not competent substantial evidence unless the attorney has some expertise in a relevant area. So with that, the zoning preamble. In accordance with the LDRs of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, all items to be heard today have been legally advertised and notices have been mailed and posted on the properties. All persons wishing to speak at this hearing, please raise your right arm to be sworn in.
This is for 5C.
For all 3
For
applications.
all of them? Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
all
sorry.
3
Yeah,
applications.
any
So-
zoning item, even if you're not sure.
So if you submitted a public speaker card, please raise your right arm, and including the applicants and the property owners. So do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay, perfect. So the first item, the first application that we will consider is 5C, request of Saint-Tropez Beach developers for a site plan modification for the property located at 169 90 Collins Avenue. And Mayor and Commissioners, just really quickly, do any of you have any ex-parte communications that you've had with the applicant?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
so each one of you needs to disclose the context of those conversations. So who would ever like to start?
Yeah, they called me to ask me, to explain me what was the requirement.
Thank you. Commissioner Joseph?
And I received a call from Mr. Mata regarding the hardship that is relevant to their restaurant.
Same, I had a conversation with the applicant.
Vice Mayor?
Same here.
No.
Yes.
Commissioner?
Same.
Thank you. Okay, Amy?
Okay. Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is zoning application PZ 2025-16 for a site plan modification and sign ordinance variances at Milton Tower. The applicant is the owner of the property, St. Tropez Beach Developers LLC, and the property is located at 16690 Collins Avenue on the corner of Sunny Isles Boulevard and Collins Avenue. The property is zoned Town Center District and is developed with the Milton Tower project, which is a 13-story office building. The applicant proposes installation of a new 10-square-foot monument sign facing Sunny Isles Boulevard, which requires 3 items. The first is a site plan modification to the Milton Tower project to have additional signage, a sign ordinance variance to allow 2 monument signs on a single parcel when only 1 is permissible, and a second sign ordinance variance to decrease the monument sign setback from 6 feet to 3 feet 1 inch from the right-of-way. This is a picture of the existing monument sign that is facing Collins Avenue. It is located just north of the only vehicular access to the development. And this is a rendering of the proposed monument sign facing Sunny Isles Boulevard. The proposal is to install the sign within the existing planter box, which I have the red arrow pointing to on the screen. As stated, it requires the 2 sign ordinance variances. The zoning code has 3 criteria for sign ordinance variances, and the proposal meets some but not all of the criteria. First, the property is located on a corner lot with frontages on 2 multi-lane arterial roadways, which is a special condition that does not result from actions of the applicant. Additionally, installation of this sign is not contrary to the public interest because it is small in size. It's only 2 feet tall on top of the planter box and 10 square feet in size, and it does not impact any site visibility triangles. However, literal enforcement of the code provisions would not result in an unnecessary hardship. With that, staff has compiled the relevant facts of the request and recommends that the application be considered by the City Commission. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Iris Escar with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I'm an attorney on behalf of the owner. I thank the planning department for reviewing carefully our application and confirming that we meet 2 of the 3 criteria. I am here to present that we meet 3 of the 3 criteria. The third criteria with regards to hardship, a restaurant signage is critical to the restaurant's success. The building is developed in order to meet FEMA standards, so it's an elevated building. So folks to be able to see the doorway, to see the restaurant, to engage, to go up those steps, sometimes pass by. It's a busy highway. It's got 4 lanes going in front of it. So the sign that we're proposing is in the landscape plan, so it's a modest sign. The code allows for 78 feet. We're only asking for 10 square feet. And it is, in fact, a hardship for the restaurant to not have enough sufficient signage for the viability of the restaurant. So we ask this board to consider that as the third meeting the third criteria and granting the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mauricio?
We only have, well, I think we have one speaker. Esther Cohen?
No?
Okay.
No?
So,
No?
no other speakers.
Okay. Esther, did you want to speak on something else, or you just changed your mind? No, I'm not forcing you to, but did you want to speak on this item? No. Oh, okay, so if we could just
Right.
note that on there. Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine. I got it, thank you.
That's why I
Thank
tried
you.
to allay
Okay.
the confusion.
All right, no other speakers, right?
No other
Okay,
speakers.
any comments from the commission?
Yes, I
Please
would
go
just
ahead.
like to say, because I've gone to Rose Cafe myself with my wife for lunch several times. And if you're someone looking for a place to eat driving up Sunny Isles Beach Boulevard, unfortunately, this building does not lend itself to clear view, and you would easily pass by this restaurant. The way it's inset creates a hardship, a financial hardship for the restaurant that isn't clearly understood unless you delve into the fact and you've been in business and you know that visibility is so important to having access to and getting people into your restaurant. So in that regard, I'm 100% for the signage, that it is so relevant to having a successful business at this restaurant, and I'm all for it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the commission? I'll take a motion then.
Motion.
So moved.
I'm sorry,
Second.
who made the motion?
Vice Mayor made the motion, Commissioner Stuyvesant seconded.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stuyvesant?
Yes.
Commissioner Viscara?
I'm a default no on variances, but I see it's going to pass, so I just wanted to, I know, I'm sorry.
No,
I
please,
just wanted to
please.
distinguish this variance from the other places that are there, because it is a corner lot. 'Cause I don't want to see a bunch of other signs in planters. I thought this was tasteful, but if I don't have to vote on the variance, I won't, so,
Sure.
no.
Vice Mayor Lama?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Mayor Svechen?
Yes.
The application is approved.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Thank you. I just want to remind everyone, please, and I think you could hear that I'm losing my voice. If you have not been to a commission meeting before, just if you can keep your conversations to outside. Also, when you are going up to speak, all your comments need to be directed to me, the chair. Please do not name anyone. There's no personal attacks. This is the rules for everyone, including everyone on this dais. We're going to model that behavior, but this is in order to maintain decorum. So I ask you, please, all to allow for everyone to have the opportunity to speak. So please be cognizant of the rules. Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, next item is 5A, and we're also going to be hearing its companion item 9A. So 5A is a request of MIA 43 Inc. for a site plan modification of a balcony enclosure, the property located at 17749 Collins Avenue, Unit 4301 and 4302. And 9A is a resolution approving the purchase and assignment of transfer development rights in the amount of 305 square feet of floor area and 0 dwelling units from the city's public TDR bank account to MIA 43 Inc. And one more time, Mayor, any exported communications, any be disclosed, any communication at all with the applicant?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is zoning application PZ 2025-12 for the balcony enclosure at the Mansions at Aquilina project for combined unit 4301 and 4302. The owner is MIA 43 Inc., and the request is to modify the approved site plan for the Mansions at Aquilina and to purchase and assign transferable development rights from the city's public TDR bank to increase the floor area of the unit by 305 square feet. The price for purchasing the TDRs will be a total of $38,125. The site plan modification will increase the overall floor area for the Mansions at Aquilina development from 436,325 square feet to 436,630 square feet. Here is the existing floor plan of the unit, and highlighted is the western terrace that is subject to the application. And here's the proposed floor plan, which will convert a portion of the balcony to a 305 square foot office space. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay. Mauricio, do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are there any questions from the commission?
No.
I'll take a motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
Need a second?
Second.
Mauricio?
Commissioner Viscara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lama,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant, Mayor Svechin.
Yes.
The application is approved.
Okay. 5B?
Okay, we're also going to be hearing 9B and 9C together with 5B, excuse me. So 5B is a request of MBRE Investments LLC for a site plan approval for the property located at 19051 Collins Avenue. 9B is a resolution approving the purchase and assignment of transfer development rights in the amount of 120,972.2 square feet of floor area and 48 dwelling units from the city's public TDR bank account to MBRE Investments LLC. 9C is a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a promissory note for the payment of approved bonuses and transferable development rights in the amount of $26,649,849.59 for the approved site plan application PZ 2025-08 submitted by MBRE Investments, Inc.
Okay, Amy, before you start again, I'm just going to remind everyone, if you wanted to speak on 5A, 9B, or 9C, this is your opportunity to please fill out the public speaker card. Go ahead.
Okay.
And sorry, Amy, any ex parte communications?
Mr. Stuyvesant?
The nature of those communications? Project? Commissioner Joseph?
Yes, I had communication as well.
And the nature of those communications?
Regarding the project, any questions I might have?
Mayor?
The same.
The same.
The same.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
All right. Good evening. This is zoning application PZ 2025-08 for site plan approval of the Miami Beach Club development project. The applicant is the owner of the property, MBRE Investments LLC, and the subject property is located at 19051 Collins Avenue. It is a rectangular lot located on the east side of Collins Avenue, and it is currently developed with the Miami Beach Club condo hotel, which was built in 1951 with 104 units. The future land use category of the property is mixed-use high-density resort, and the zoning district is mixed-use resort. The application before you tonight has 7 requests, which I'm going to walk through each of them in the next slides. So the first request is for site plan approval. The proposed project is 62 stories tall, and per code, the maximum height is determined by the Federal Aviation Administration. The applicant provided the FAA determination of no hazard letter and the Miami-Dade Aviation Department determination letter, which establishes the allowable height at 828 feet. And these letters were attached to the staff report. The project proposes 145 condominium units or 72 dwelling units per acre. This is below the maximum number of units the property is eligible for based on the future land use category. The maximum is 104 dwelling units per acre, which would be 209 units. On the lobby level, there is a 2,390 square foot private restaurant space intended for residents and their guests. In total, the project has 524,212.8 square feet of floor area, which is a 5.98 floor area ratio. This is the maximum FAR that the property is eligible for, with transferable development rights and development bonuses. The proposed project is consistent with the future land use category in terms of density and intensity. There are no variances requested in the site plan application. And in terms of concurrency, the applicant submitted all required evidence to confirm there's adequate facilities for water, sewer, on-site drainage, solid waste, parks, public schools, and transportation. All of the supporting materials for concurrency were attached to the staff report. This is the proposed site plan, and I want to highlight a few of the elements. First, all of the setback requirements are either met or exceeded. The required front setback for the tower is 75 feet, and the project proposes 211 feet and 6 inches. The rear setback is 20 feet, or the bulkhead line, whichever is closer to Collins Avenue, and the project proposes the bulkhead line, which is 35 feet 4 inches. The north side setback is met at 20 feet, and the south side setback is exceeded at 26 feet and 2 inches. The 20-foot beach access is provided for along the northern property line, running from Collins Avenue to the sandy beach. And there is also on the beach a 10,000 square foot public oceanfront park easement that's provided within their private property. It is to be open and accessible to the public during daylight hours and maintained by the property owner. The project proposes 2 vehicular access connections to Collins Avenue. The southern one will be the service entrance for loading and garbage, and the driveway towards the center of the property will be for passenger vehicles arriving to the development. So that's the first request for the site plan approval. The second request that is part of the application is for the purchase and assignment of transferable development rights. The applicant is requesting 120,972.2 square feet of floor area and 48 dwelling units from the city's public TDR bank. The third request is for a payment agreement in the form of a promissory note for the TDR purchase and the development bonuses. The payment agreement will allow for the principal amount plus accrued interest to be paid over time, but for the full amount must be paid within 90 days of issuance of the first temporary certificate of occupancy or TCO for the project. The fourth request is to defer the work of art requirement to after site plan approval, but prior to TCO. This is because the code requires that the public art piece be presented concurrent with the site plan application, but the applicant is requesting for this to be deferred. The fifth request is to use graphics and murals on a temporary construction fence. The code allows this for development projects adjacent to Collins Avenue or Sunny Isles Boulevard, subject to commission approval. The sixth request is regarding extensions of time. First, the applicant is requesting an extension of time to obtain the below grade or master building permit from 24 months from site plan approval to up to 5 years, and an extension of time from 24 months from site plan approval to 5 years for completion of the project. The final request is for a shared parking agreement between the residential condominium units and the private restaurant uses. If calculated separately, the project will require 306 parking spaces, and the project is proposing 298 parking spaces. An independent parking study was submitted by the applicant, which was reviewed and accepted by the city's traffic engineering consultant, and the agreement proposes that 8 parking stalls will be shared between the 2 uses. That study was submitted and is also included in your backup materials. With that, staff has compiled the relevant facts. We find that the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations and recommends that the application be considered by the City Commission along with the conditions outlined in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is the applicant going to come up and present anything?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 200, and I'm here on behalf of MBRE Investments, LLC. The applicant is a joint venture between Desert Development Related Group and BH Group, and is comprised of experienced developers of high-end residential projects, including numerous successful examples in the city of Sunny Isles Beach. They've acquired this property, which was a condominium motel, and have bought out each of the units and are now ready to present the Miami Beach Club project for your consideration this evening. Joined with us tonight are our team of consultants from Cohen, Friedman, and Senosa Architecture, Enea Landscape Architecture, Kimley Horn Engineering, and Skyrise Engineering. We're here to discuss the redevelopment requests. Staff did a wonderful job summarizing them, and we thank them for their support and their work with us throughout this project. They've been diligent and receptive to everything we've proposed to them, and we appreciate it. I do have a brief slideshow that we will take you through to explain the project. As noted, the property is zoned mixed-use residential, and it consists of 2.012 acres. Here's an image of the currently existing Miami Beach Club. It is, as noted, a 2-story motel with 104 units situated between Armani Casa and Ocean 2. As you can see, the building stands out as outdated and out of character and totally out of line with the development in the city today, particularly along Collins Avenue. The applicant proposes to demolish the building and replace it with the proposed 145-unit tower. Here's a rendering of the site with the site plan placed upon it. As you can see from this image, there is quite a bit of open space. The staff presentation also indicated, and Sandy Peaceman from CFE Architects will walk you through, but the building is as skinny and set back as possible in order to provide as much open space and light throughout the property as possible. As noted, our requests this evening are 7. There's a site plan approval application, purchase of the TDRs, or transfer of development rights, in the amount of approximately $15 million, acceptance of the payment agreement, deferral of the artwork requirement for the public spaces unit, use of the murals and graphic designs on a temporary construction fence, the extensions of time to allow for up to 5 years for site plan approval and for permitting. This will allow us to ensure that the sales are in place in order to get financing to begin permitting and construction. And then the construction process for a building like this, to make sure it's of the highest quality, will take more than 2 years. And lastly, the shared parking agreement is before you this evening. This is a code anomaly. The code requires separate parking for the residents and for the restaurant. And since this is a private restaurant to serve only the residents of the building, no additional parking was determined to be needed because the parking for the building already incorporates guest parking and staff parking requirements. So with that, I will turn the mic over to Sandy Peaceman of Cohen Friedman and Sinosa to walk you through the project.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Peaceman, Principal and President of CFE Architects with our offices at Miami Lakes, Florida. As you can see on this, the building is situated on the site to allow for the most, for the smallest footprint of the building to occupy the site, so we can have as much open space on the site as possible. We decided to condense everything and use the height that was given to us and allowed to us so that the building could be tall and narrow and preserve all of the sight lines on the north and south side of the building and get ourselves set back as far as we can from the front property line. In this slide, we can see how the building and the site are organized. The bottom 3 layers are parking, followed by the amenity the lobby level with a few amenities, the restaurant that we've been talking about. The next 2 levels are the amenity floors, and then the floors above that are comprised of all of the residential floors. As you can see, this is the lowest level, the parking level, where residents and people would get to the site. And as we said, the southernmost access point is strictly for loading and loading for the units and loading for trash and delivering from Amazon. And then the middle access point is for all the residents and their guests. Here we can see this is the lobby level. You can see sort of the processional of the site. Residents would enter in the middle of the site and then come around a ramp that guides you past a nice greenery, a greened intermediate deck with a sports court, and then up onto the lobby drop-off point in front of the lobby. This is the 2 floors above the lobby. This would be amenities, and this is amenities as well. On this floor, on these floors, we moved the volume of the building back. Above this, on the eastern portion of this plate, are balconies. Here we filled that in so the residents using the amenity floors are closest and have the best view of the water. In this view, these are the lower 2 components of the building. These are the floors that have 3 units per floor. And all of these units are organized so that all of the public spaces of the units, the living room, the dining room, the primary bedroom, and the primary bedroom's bathroom are all oriented east, so that the best views from these units are, of course, to the water. And all of the units all the way up the building are organized that way. These are the 2 floors that we call the cutout floors. And those floors have the volume of the building sort of inset from the envelope of the building, giving much greater open terraces at those floors, and sort of defines the architecture a little bit better. On the upper third of the building, these are floors that contain only 2 units. Again, having a long perimeter along the east of the building, we have even more of those spaces with great views of the water. And then the last 2 floors, the upper 2 floors, are the penthouse floors. And again, the building sort of steps back and gives the idea and the relationship to the water. Here you can see this is the entranceway, and what we wanted to do at this site is sort of celebrate its location on the water. So in all of these slides, we'll see how the building sort of addresses its location and its proximity to the water. In this particular slide, you can see as you enter, the landscaping is will be sculpted and is undulating, sort of reflective of the water and how the ocean sort of laps against the beach. Here you can see the processional again entering the site in the middle, making a left and then going up the ramp. And when you get to that top of the ramp, there'll be sort of a portal that you can see through the building and all the way to the ocean. And then you wrap around the front where there'll be a reflective pool. And then you go in, get the same sort of vision through the building to the water. And this is the entrance portico share where you're dropped off at the top of the ramp. And then this is right as you're being dropped off, right at the lobby. And the idea here is that we framed the view through the building to the ocean. And if you look at the flooring of the lobby on the way there, it's sort of pointing you or pulling you through the building, taking your eye through the building, across the floor, across the pool, and then to the water. And then that idea again of sort of undulating forms, the waves on the beach are reflective in the ceiling panels, and the reflectiveness of the ceiling tiles directly over the drop-off. Here again is a view across the pool deck and to the water, and this is a view from the ocean to the project. Here's how the building in context, and you can see how we've tried to go very slim and very tall, again affording vision corridors to the north and to the south of the building. Another view of the building in context. And then this is a view across the rear of the building, and you can really see how the waves of the ocean across and then lapping on the beach are reflected in the balconies, the undulating balconies. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you can see, this has been designed with the tropical modern classic aesthetic. It's a beautiful building, and it is intended to use the highest quality materials to create a beautiful street side aesthetic, a beautiful ocean side aesthetic, and to truly contribute to the city skyline. To achieve this design, we do propose utilizing the bonuses allowed under the MUR district regulations and TDRs to accomplish the number of units proposed. And the total fee for both the bonuses and the TDRs totals a payment of $29.6 million to the city. This will allow us to achieve this design and will, really truly contribute to the quality and economic success of the city. In connection with these bonus payments and TDR payments, there is a 10% non-refundable payment made to the city up front. So at the time within 90 days of this approval, we will be providing $2.96 million to the city. Here's a breakdown of the TDR calculation just for reference. As you can see, the base is 100 units, and then the 45 units are part of the bonus, and then TDRs account for 42% of the FAR. 30% FAR, and that totals the 145 units, which is 73 units per acre, and the total FAR of 5.98%. On the bonuses, we are contributing to all of the bonus categories. So this includes the beach access bonus, the beach enhancements, the Collins Avenue streetscape, the parking bonus, oceanfront and open space bonus, and the educational and cultural bonuses. The shared parking analysis was done for both weekday and weekend volumes, and it was determined that we are overparked based on the amount of use that the restaurant and the residences will require. So with that, we conclude our presentation, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mauricio?
Okay, so we have several speakers for this item. Just as a reminder, you're limited to 3 minutes, so please make sure that your comments are concise. We're going to start with Diane Trapkin.
Okay, and again, until the public comment is closed, you are free to add speaking cards, but once it's closed, you may not. And please address everything through me, the chair, and keep it concise. Thank you. Go ahead, Diane. And your name and address for the record, please, even if we know you.
My name is Diane Drapkin. I live at Ocean 2, 19111 Collins Avenue. I've lived there since the beginning of the building and am a resident of Sunny Isles and have seen tremendous growth and the lack of the quality of life disappear in Sunny Isles. I do not deny that this building should go up, but I'm concerned about how it affects the quality of life of the residents that live at Ocean 2 and Casa Armani. I'm concerned about the height of the building. I'm concerned about, you talked about the setbacks from the street and the beach, but I'm concerned about where the sides of the building, what the distance is between each of the buildings. There's a wind tunnel that exists now when you leave my building, Ocean 2, and you're facing south, and it is so strong that I cannot even walk my dog sometimes. I mean, I literally can get knocked down. So I can't imagine, and I have to go out that way according to our regulations to walk the dog. So I'm concerned about wind volume. I'm concerned about setbacks. I'm concerned about climate change and the structure of the building, the noise. Will they be building at night? Will they, as I see some of the buildings are allowed to do. I'm just concerned about the quality of life in Sunny Isles, and I'm especially concerned with what you did not address is the traffic. How are these people, a huge amount of people, going to get in and out of the building? As you all must know, there are certain times you cannot even drive down the streets of Sunny Isles, so please explain that to me. That is a big issue. The building looks beautiful, but I think that these questions of the quality of life need to be addressed, and I would like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
The next person is Andrea Brecker. I apologize if I mispronounce the last names.
Hi, Andrea. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, how are you? I'm Andrea Brecher, and I live in Ocean 2 as well. I've been in the building since conception. My family has been. And I just have a few questions as well. she touched on something. One huge concern for me is traffic. I already see, like, my apartment faces the both sides, and I see the bottleneck already happening daily. I'm curious how you're gonna address that, and if that's even possible. Like, I can't imagine having a ginormous building that belongs in a downtown area or something of the sort, like New York City, bringing that much amount of foot traffic and car traffic. Is there a limit on how many cars are allowed for each resident of this new building that's being built? I'm curious what your opinions are on that. Second of all, I worry about the value of the property around it. So Ocean 2, for example, we have a great beach right now, and we have this like sunlight coming in and already being blocked at a certain hour. This will block it even further, like maybe at 12 p.m. from what I'm understanding. So that concerns me as well.
Or earlier.
And finally, is there anything, does Aventura or the rest of the South Florida, is there, how are they affected? Because I think the skyline overall with a massive building like this would completely change the trajectory of this area specifically. And that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Hamul.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Hamui. I'm also a resident of Ocean 2 since the beginning. And my main concern is safety of all the residents in Sunny Isles. We know, we've read, that the buildings are sinking. They're sinking more than the engineers have estimated before. So I am very concerned that a tower as high as this one, that's gonna need bases, huge bases, in Sandy and in the area of Florida, next to the beach. This is very concerning. We were very frightened when in Surfside there was a building that collapsed. I am very frightened that the buildings are sinking more than expected. I am very frightened at the miscalculations of engineers. And then I'm an engineer myself, not with this expertise, but in a different matter. So I'm very concerned about our safety and also quality of life and traffic and all that. But mostly it is safety. I am afraid of the buildings next door, this particular building in itself also, because it's gonna have residents. And we don't know, we really don't know if it's going to hold. So I totally oppose such a high building. I expected something would be happening with this land, absolutely some development. But this height of a tower, absolutely unadmissible. So basically that's my input. Thank you.
Oliver Drapkin.
Wait, please come up to the mic so we can hear you. Yes, please. Your name and address.
I think. I too am very concerned.
Oliver, if I can just have your name and address, please.
I beg your pardon?
Your name and address for the record,
My name
please.
is Oliver Drapkin. I live at 1911 Collins Avenue here in Sunny Isles.
Thank you.
And I'm very, very concerned about the traffic, particularly. When I bought my condominium here, I can say I had some relaxing days. Now everything is tension. If you want to take the car out, you may be going like 1 minute and run into the car in front of you. I think we're very well populated on the beach, and I'm really kind of uncertain why we need a building. I think 2 acres also concerns me very much. I don't know if they're comparable buildings that high on only 2 acres. My wife and I are privileged up north to have a summer home with 5 acres. And to have all these people on 2 acres defies my imagination. I guess it's supposed to set a precedent for height in North America, or at least they're advertising that. Also, the wind tunnels are horrible. They can almost knock a person down. And now it will probably be even worse. And I also think that lots of daylight on the beach would also be a very unfortunate occurrence, because already when they built Albany Towers right next to my building, they really cut into the square footage of daylight on the beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Darren Williams.
Darren Williams?
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
And the chair and commission. I'm concerned, my wife and I.
Please, your name and address for the record.
Right.
Thank
Darren Williams, I reside at 18975 Collins Avenue. We're concerned about several things, and they've already kind of touched on that, one of which is the wind tunnels. It's pretty aggressive, and getting aggressive more and more as climate change comes about. The second thing is definitely the parking. The parking, and not only the parking, but the way in which the traffic, people zip up and down the streets. It's pretty aggressive. And with the new development taking place, we just are concerned as to it's going to be more traffic, more foot traffic, but basically during the holidays, the aggression of that accelerates even more so. So we just basically wanted to know what's the plan, what do you guys plan on doing to kind of bring this to a better medium so that it can be safer for especially our seniors. So that's concerning for my wife and I. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chandresh Mehta. Chandresh, C-H-A-N, Chandresh? Are they here? Step down, okay. Nayan Zafandi? Fandi?
My name is Mayor Safrani. I live 18975 Collins Avenue. I understand that development should be driven by the city, but it has to be rational. We want to make sure that this new building will not damage the structure of our building. We are concerned about the environmental impact that a project of this magnitude could have on our city. We want the city to be vigilant and protect us. How are you going to do it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan Avendaño.
Hi, my name is Juan Avendano. The address of my home is 18975 Collins Avenue. Basically, I'm really concerned on the height of the building, first of all, because I know that we're going to have to be, they're going to have to be making a huge digging to prepare, for such a huge structure. What's going to happen, when they're digging? Are they going to have, equipment to calculate the vibration that this is going to be causing to the building next door? What are you going to be doing to make sure that you don't damage, the structures that are already there, And on top of that, I'm really worried as well on the traffic. Today, it took me about 19 minutes to turn around. Once you land, the crossway, you have to come down and then turn around. You have to make a U-turn to get to Armani Casa. This building is going to have to do the same thing. So when you start putting all these cars together, and on top of that, we have a building that is 2 towers that you already approved that is going on, that is going to bring a lot of people too. So if you start adding Armani, the one that is being built right now, and this, and you put all these cars to turn around in that same intersection to get home, how are you going to do it? How are you planning to manage that? Okay? Are we going to have a crisis there? Are we going to have a traffic lag? Are you going to make a bridge? What are you planning to do that? You know, because right now as it is, I don't see how you're going to make it happen. And I think the city should be responsible, you know, to make sure that before you approve anything, you have a plan. Because it seems like you guys approve stuff and then you try to come up with a plan. And it shouldn't be that way. So basically, that's what I have concerns about. Thank you.
Joel Simon.
Joel Simon, 18975 Collins Avenue, Armani Casa. Yeah, a lot of this stuff has already been said. I mean, the traffic is clearly an issue. And one of the things that hasn't been mentioned about the traffic is emergency vehicles. If it takes 19 minutes to make a U-turn, and this is a non-holiday time of year, how are we going to get an ambulance or a fire truck or police anywhere? Collins Avenue has turned into a virtual parking lot where I don't even leave the building until a certain time. I look out my west terrace and I see the traffic stopped on the causeway just to come south. I go nowhere. And I won't go anywhere because it's impossible to go anywhere. Dinner reservations are late. Everything is pushed because the traffic is terrible. We have Bentley coming up. We have 2 towers of the St. Regis coming up. We have this building, which is about to go up. We can't, there's no room for these cars. You're talking about thousands of more cars. That's not also including the fact that we're going to have additional Uber traffic. Talk about another 1,000 Ubers on top of the 2,000 cars that we're going to have additional that's going to be in this area. And you cannot widen Collins Avenue. So you're nodding that you had an idea about the traffic. Nothing's been discussed about it. So I don't know how we can approve anything with having an idea how we're going to actually support Sunny Isles. Because people are going to leave. If you can't get around Sunny Isles, who is going to want to live here? Clearly, it's a beautiful building. And I think the architects did a wonderful job. But I think it's very, very short-sighted on how we're going to actually support the amount of traffic and the amount of people that we're going to have here. As far as the digging, and yes, Armani Casa, we're concerned about the vibrations, we're concerned about debris, we're concerned about all of it. I'm not sure about the sinking, but it's very, very close to Armani Casa. It's very, very close to Ocean 2. It's like shoehorned in there, and I just don't know how the city is going to maintain the integrity that we all wanted to maintain, which is why we all bought here in the first place. Yes, it's going to be beautiful, but there's going to be other developments too. There's a Harrah's eventually going to come down. There's going to be another building there. At some point, it's just going to be like a big brick wall that's going to block the ocean, and nobody is going to stay here. And property values are going to tank. But it is a nice-looking building. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alessandra Stivelman.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Alessandra Stivelman with offices at 4000 Hollywood Boulevard, Suite 265 South, and I am an expert board certified in condominium and plan development law. I am here today on behalf of 18975 Collins Avenue Condominium Association, Inc., also known as the Residences by Armani Casa, and they're the occupied tower immediately south of the proposed Miami Beach Club project. At the onset, I want to be really clear about the association's position. We're not opposed to redevelopment of the site, we're not challenging base zoning, and we're not asking the city to stop growth. What we're challenging is the scale, density, and intensity created solely by the requested transferable development rights, or TDRs, and the city's ability on this record to lawfully make the findings that are required to approve them. In other words, we're opposed to what we perceive to be redevelopment on steroids, void of any meaningful safeguards to protect against adverse structural, environmental,
and social impacts that are foreseeable in light of recent events and existing scientific studies. This is not an as-of-right approval, but rather it's discretionary policy decision. So with greater power comes greater responsibility. And we are aware of the opinion that it would be irresponsible to issue a site plan approval given what we do not know and what has not been done in connection with the project. So again, this is a decision about scale, and without these TDRs, the project would be significantly smaller. With the TDRs, what is proposed is 62 stories, 145 unit tower, 828 feet, higher than any other building currently approved or built in Sunny Isles. And under the code, the TDRs are not automatic. So additional height creates adverse impacts. And the evidence in the record today is not support the need for this or the fact that it will not have an impact on all the other residents. The approval expressly postpones a lot of the traffic analysis, environmental, there's no shadow studies, there's no lighting and photometric impacts, valet operations, the shared capacity. We all know there is an issue in the code in that every unit, if it's over 1,800 square feet, I believe, only requires 2 parking spaces. But these are mansion-style units. They are staffed, there's vendors, there's service providers. And ultimately, even with the necessary code required and code compliant parking, if it were even approved with that, which right now it's proposed at an 8 parking spot deficiency, it still wouldn't be enough to deal with the issues that are ongoing. And the elephant in the room is the fact that there are studies and there are subsidence as a result of construction in all of Sunny Isles. And I have copies here of a report that I cited in my correspondence. I know I'm running out of time. I don't know if I can share this.
If you can just give it to the clerk, please.
Okay.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, can I did.
Please, I'm just going to ask everyone, please refrain from clapping so that, did you just want to finish up whatever you were saying? I want to give you the couple
thank
of
you. There's a lot of concerns about safety. There is a report, and I think that there is a responsibility on the commissioners today and on staff and on everyone here to really consider what was not available before. And as a result of the tragedy in Surfside, we now need to consider the evidence that we have available. And the taller the building, the deeper the digging, the more of the impact. So the TDRs are directly correlated with a greater impact and a lower quality of living. Sorry, I'm trying to speak too fast. And ultimately, I ask, and on behalf of the association, we ask that you consider all the impacts. And there is a letter that I submitted that I'll give to the clerk, and I brought copies, as well as a report. And this is only one of a significant amount of studies out there that is looking into this. And I beg you guys to do your due diligence. And there is no reason to approve this now for a building in 10 years. Ultimately, the promissory note, they don't start paying until 5 years down the line. And they're asking for 5 years when the standard is 2 years. So 2 plus 2 would be 4 years. They're asking for 10 plus with not much immediate benefit to the city.
Thank you. If you can just give it to the clerk.
Thank you.
Okay. Mauricio. I know this is emotional, but if you could please refrain from clapping.
Mavi Herring?
Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Eisenman?
Isn't that just? That was her.
Elizabeth? No.
Oh, okay. All right, next speaker.
Patrick Dunn?
Mauricio, for those that stepped out, if you could just keep those on the side in case they come back. Please, your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Patrick Dunn, 317 191 Terrace, Sunny Isles Beach, 33160. Tough act to follow. But, with children and my grandchildren in the city, I have a real tough time accepting, that the continued destruction of our coast is inevitable. So I am in hopes that you don't rubber stamp another monstrosity to the city. You know, it's not about the aesthetics, as everyone's made note, they're beautiful. Okay, it's about the size and requirements of the foundation and these massive pilings that are going to go into the ground. And every time we have another one of these massive developments, the property around my house actually sinks in Golden Shores. I kid you not. I know we've touched on a bunch of items here. What I didn't hear is anything about storm vulnerability, environmental studies that were done to our ecosystem, as well as, God forbid, we have an emergency evacuation of the city. How will this additional building add to the inability for us to clear the island? You know, while we're unable to reverse engineer years of profit-driven overdevelopment, you know, you have an opportunity to make a decision that will affect the entire community, okay, and generations thereafter. Please make a wise choice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Esther Cohen.
Mr. Cohen, 19111 Collins Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to speak. We the people, we're facing a pharaonic building. Tall and narrow. That's how it was explained. But they forget that the lot is very narrow. So they are trying to maximize their profit by going high. I know 26 million, if I recall correctly, will go into the coffers of the city. Do you really need that money? We're one of the richest cities. Now, I invite you all to walk Collins Avenue. Right there, it becomes 2 lanes. All the new buildings don't have enough space for the deliveries. You have all the trucks, the furniture, Amazon, God knows, the post office, everything that blocks already 1 lane. Now it's going to be 1 lane being taken, and we're going to have only 1 lane in that space. Add to that all the traffic lights that we have over there. Even when I leave the property, I have to be extremely careful not to get hit. I also invite you to walk Collins and see, instead of it being a beautiful walk, you see 1 dumpster after the other, not even covered like in Bar Harbor. I used to walk my dog, and I used to get scared because there was glass, there was dirt. Nobody bothers to go and visit the receiving areas of these buildings. They are minuscule. We in Ocean 2, we have plenty of space for them to come in, and we have to have a special time for them to do the deliveries. While there are other buildings there to block the flow of Collins. One person talked about the emergency vehicles. What are we going to do? Do you want to have that in your conscience? I lived here since 1993. I took a 10-year hiatus in Surfside. I lived in Biscay Island, right there where the Champlain fell, collapsed. That was horrible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia Sheffer.
Good evening. Sonia Sheffer, 19111 Collins Avenue, Ocean 2. So I'm the Ocean 2 board president. I'm here representing over 200 units of who could not make it here. And I have a couple things to talk about. I will speak quickly. I see time ticking.
Traffic is obvious, so I'm going to kind of breeze through that. I didn't come as prepared as everyone else, but it's pretty obvious to me what I really need to talk about is safety. We are all very, very scared in Ocean 2 and Armani Casa, where my mother happens to live. The vibration, the drilling, you guys know the rest of the story. What I didn't hear is some magic words, one being study. I heard them talk about their nice, very, very large and high building, but I didn't hear the word study, I don't believe once, in your lovely presentation by the three architects. So I'd like to talk about a shadow study first, which I believe I heard this young lady mention. I don't know if I can refer to one of their exhibits, but in their exhibit, you clearly see a rendering where Ocean 2 has 0 sun. I don't know if you guys saw. I'm sure they'll be happy to pull it back up to show us, but I just want to emphasize one more time. 0 sun. Someone else mentioned after 12 o'clock. It's not after 12 o'clock. It's all day we have 0. So it's really great that the people in that building are going to live with, I forgot the word he used for those beautiful balconies, but we're going to have 0 sun from the east and the west. So I would really love to see if they had a shadow study done. The second thing I'd like to talk about with respect to studies is a safety study. We all know what happened in Surfside. I didn't hear anything mentioned about a drilling study or a vibration study. Again, maybe I missed it in the beautiful presentation, but I didn't hear it. I would love an answer to that question. And what I'd like to say to you guys as human beings, I don't know where you guys all live, but how would you guys feel if you were Ocean 2 or Armani Casa? Every day you wake up and you're scared. It's apologize if it's the wrong word, monstrosity, what's going up. It's a tiny little piece of land. I've lived here for 24 years, and they're smart. They're optimizing their, bang for their buck, if you will. They're going high instead of going wide, like we all know. But that doesn't make me feel safe or my 6-year-old son. I know other people talked about children. I believe the gentleman talked about his grandchildren. I also have a dog. I have a 9-pound Maltipoo. When I walk my dog right now, the wind tunnels are so strong, I'm scared he's going to blow away. And I can't imagine this is going to make it any better. What do I have, 30 seconds? No problem. Let's talk about cars quickly. I didn't have them, or I didn't understand in layman terms, which is what I am, right? Like you guys, normal people living in a neighborhood. Valet parking, people have individual parking spots. I didn't hear them mention any of that. So we're talking about traffic flow. I would love for that question to be answered. I have a couple other things, but in summation, what I am requesting on behalf of Ocean 2, and I'll speak for my mother's building, Armani Casa, is for you guys to defer voting on this plan, and until we get all the questions that were raised today answered, or at least some of them, like the studies and safety, I would really, really respectfully ask if we could defer the vote for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person.
Thank you.
Rebecca Mosny.
Rebecca? Okay, next speaker.
Chandresh Mehta. He left. Elizabeth Eisenman. Manny Herring. Mavi Herring.
Mavi? Okay, next person. Marisa?
That's all.
Wait. That's okay, just, what's your name, sir?
Paper.
Joe Levine. Just give us a minute. No, please go ahead. Your last opportunity, if you'd like to submit. I'm going to give you another opportunity, meaning this is it. This is the opportunity.
Joel, fill out a form if you need.
No, I filled it out. I showed it to
Yes,
her.
yes,
She
yes,
revised
yes,
it.
yes. Thank you. No, we got it.
Yes, Joe Levine. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so, again, ladies and gentlemen, before you start your time, Joel, if you would like to fill out a public speaking card, please do so right now. And as you saw, if you change your mind, you can. But once it's closed, it's closed. Okay. Mauricio, are you ready? Okay, please go ahead. Your name and address for the record.
Okay. The advantage of going last is I don't have to say everything from the beginning.
Yes.
The other advantage is that I can speak from my area of expertise. So I'm a physician.
Wait, Joel, just your name and address for the record,
I'm sorry.
please.
My name is Joseph Levine, or Joe Levine. I live at Armani.
Great, thank you.
I'm a physician, and my specialty is sudden death and sudden death prevention. I'm an electrophysiologist, so I can speak to the safety issues from a scientific standpoint as an expert. I'm also a scientist, and so I can speak from the geologic standpoint and also the environmental standpoint. So rather than rehash all the issues, I'll just go through those things. What hasn't been mentioned is the environmental effect of all of the extra units on the light on the beach and the turtles. Sunny Isles is exceedingly interested in turtle safety, and we've reached out to the Coastal Construction Central Line Department of Environmental Protection, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and they will require some consideration. And again, you're creating a situation where what you're going to vote on tonight is discretionary, and you're adding an extra 25% volume to the building on the high end. That's at 25% extra light onto the waterways, not to mention the shadow effects on the fauna in the ocean. In terms of sudden death prevention, you have 1.5 minutes to basically guarantee survival. You have 4 minutes to guarantee it with CPR without brain damage. You have 10 minutes to save the person. If somebody calls for a cardiac arrest and you have delays getting to the area, you're risking people's lives. You're risking not only the people who neighbor the building, you're risking the entire escape route for all of Sunny Isles. And you can't stop a building from being built, but you certainly have the discretion to limit what you can, and it can become a precedent for other developments that come. I'm aghast by what's here. In terms of the geology of it, I echo what's been said already, which is that you need vibration studies, and moreover, you need to ensure that the contractors and the developers put in the proper vibration management systems and monitor it. We know of buildings that have been affected by the St. Regis, and I stood in front of this board worried about it, and the answer I got, and it wasn't somebody here maybe, was, well, we trust the contractors' developments. They're good contractors. That's a lot of crap. You need independent studies, and you need to know what it is, and the developers have to be held liable to monitor their neighboring buildings. Those are scientifically all based, nothing personal. The building won't affect my view, for the record.
Thank you. Okay. Mauricio?
Hi, I'm Splash.
Hi, your name and address for the record, please.
Splash, Ocean 2, 19111, Collins Avenue. So I'm trying to be realistic here for a second, and most what I wanted to say is being done and being said by everybody. There's something that bothers me a lot is the density that the gentleman just spoke about it. I know the density, the increase of density going to increase the revenues for the city a lot. Hi, Jerry. And that's going to bring a lot of money that all the people that live in Sunny Isle going to benefit from that. But my question is why we are talking about that density that brings the issue of extending the time of completion from 2 years to 5 years. That's actually an harassment to the people who are living next door. 5 years approval until completion is unheard of. So would you be able to reconsider it and really to give a lot of thought about it? That's number one. Number two, in addition to the density, I would like to know what's the reward for all the damages that we might have, that everybody here knows that we're going to have those damages in our building in the Ocean 2 or the Armani. Things will happen even if it starts with dust to the neighbors there next door. Can we force the developer to put some kind of a bond or some kind of a reward, non-conditional, that we can use it to satisfy the owner that live in the building? Can we, instead of just running to the insurance and having and spend time and our cost and association cost, and that's not right, because we know it's going to be damages, especially that we are so close, and our line, end of the line, based on the two survey that I saw them, they are touching each other, and there is no setback really from the left, I mean from the north and the south. So where they all the crane going to be, and how the fence going to be there, and how is our dog way going to be there when there is so much noise and so much dust, and in possible to breathe. So I believed, I don't know if it's possible, but I believe that you can force that a part of the reward that goes to the city going to be reward to Ocean 2, that we can use that money for whatever necessary to bring our life to normal, or at least close to normal, than we are used to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mauricio, do we have any other speakers?
That's all for public speakers, ma'am.
Okay, so this is your last chance. Public comment is about to close. Did anyone else want to speak? All right, public comment is closed. I'll start with the commission if they would like to ask questions of the applicants. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Joseph?
I'll go last if you don't mind.
No, please go ahead. You've been.
No, I'll hold off.
You're being recognized right now, Commissioner Joseph.
I'm still considering my questions.
All right, you're being recognized now, though.
That's fine.
All right, who would like to start then?
I would just like to ask the applicant to address the questions that were raised by the residents.
So I think, I'm not sure if you were writing down all those questions. I think that would make it easier if you were.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to rebut. So this is a tall building, but it doesn't mean that it's more density. Neither the TDRs or the bonuses affect the allowable height. The code states that the height is dictated by the Federal Aviation Authority and Federal Aviation Administration, and they determined that the height of 828 feet is permissible. The number of units within that, the FAR within that, are separate and apart from the height. And as I mentioned, and I think it was also mentioned in the staff report, this is only 37 additional units from what's there today. So the Miami Beach Club today has 108 units. We're proposing 145 units, which is only 65% of the allowable density that would yield 220 units. So we are significantly lower than what could be permitted. Essentially, this is a tall building, but it is still a boutique building. You only have at most 3 units on a floor. And the project basically is less dense than the Armani building, and it uses the same TDRs and bonuses that project did. Armani has 163 more units than this building. The requests for the extensions of time, likewise, just allow for quality construction. A 2-year construction window means things have to be very much rushed, and most likely the developer would have to come back and ask for an extension, because if anyone has built even a single family home, you know that 2 years typically doesn't even get you through construction of the 2-story building. Regarding traffic, our traffic engineer is here and available to answer any questions. We did do a full and complete traffic study. The methodology that was used was over and above what was required by the code. So we looked at intersections, we looked at evacuation routes, we looked at loading, we looked at valet operations, we looked at stacking, we looked at everything. And as I can show you in the site plan, if we want to go back to it, there's the entrance to the building from Collins Avenue brings you in, and there are 2 ways to get around. There's a path that will take you for the loading and direct resident parking, and then there's a path that will take cars up to the valet. Each of those has more than 200 feet of stacking and is fully compatible with what we believe our level of traffic will be. So at the end of the day, there are 68 net new project trips created by this building. That is 22 entering trips and 46 exiting trips in the AM peak hour. And it's 64 total net new trips in the PM peak hour, which is 40 entering trips and 24 exiting trips. And if you'll notice that in the morning, the exiting trips are higher because people are going to work, and in the evening, the entering trips are higher. But overall, it's approximately 68 trips for the morning total and 64 in the evening. For the valet, we did an analysis for both drop-off and pickup, and the pickup and drop-off time is less than 4 minutes for each operation. There will be 4 valets on during the peak times, and that will be adjusted in the off-peak times depending on what the volumes are expected to be. Somebody asked about setbacks. I don't have the setback information to Ocean 2, but I know that the setback between the Armani building and this building is over 70 feet, and the distance between the building to Ocean 2 is greater, but I don't know exactly how much. Our structural engineer from Skyrise Engineering, his name is Eric Stern, he is here. He can answer questions about the structural integrity of the design, about the process for building the foundations and the digging and vibrations and all of the details to the questions that were asked by the audience, and we are prepared to answer all of them. You know, I want to say I made my presentation brief in the interest of giving everyone time to speak and understanding that if everyone gets 3 minutes, this can be a very long night. So there were a number of details that we didn't cover, but I can tell you that staff was very thorough with us. We've done photometric studies, we've done traffic studies, we, you know, will comply with all of the code requirements for operations during construction, operations once the building is built, lighting both during construction and when the building was built, turtle protection, you know, all of the issues that were brought up. We have either analyzed them or we will be required to do so prior to the issuance of a building permit. And this is a developer that has done a number of projects in the city of Sunny Isles and is committed to being a good neighbor and to working, you know, with the city, working with their neighbors to make sure that this is a painless project that, you know, is not going to have any negative impacts on the city. So with that, you know, I'll leave it to you to ask us questions, and our team of experts is here to answer them. So thank you.
Let me follow up with some of that. The first question that I have is probably would be my most important because you obviously see you have both sides of your property that were here in opposition. Did you meet with them? Did you speak to them? Were you, you know, having these conversations with them?
No, we were actually unaware that there were issues until today. We understand.
Well, wait, guys, please, no
one reached out to us.
no,
They've engaged counsel. Excuse me. They've engaged counsel. She never reached out to us. We were unaware that there was this organized effort, and so I apologize for not reaching out.
Let me rephrase my question. I don't mean this organized effort. I don't think you would have to expect that. I meant normally when you're building a building, you reach out to both sides to sit down and, you know, discuss any possible issues or questions. Something as simple as, will you provide some sort of amenity to the neighbors so that their cars don't have dust on them? That's something standard, normal, that always happens.
Yes.
Did you have those conversations is my question.
I personally did not.
Someone from your organization, did anyone have those conversations is the question. If you could, so let me, I will just pause that for a moment, so you can speak to that. And then I have some other questions based on some of the things that were asked. Hello.
How are you?
Hi.
Eric Forden, Managing Director of the Related Group with offices at 2850 Tiger Tail Avenue in Coconut Grove. Also the developer of Ocean 1, 2, 3, 4, Armani Casa. Trump 1, 2, and 3 was by my partner, and on. We always have conversations with our neighbors. It's once we're ready to start construction, we always enter into good neighbor agreements.
Okay.
That's our protocol. We've done that for the last 40 years. With regards to construction, we're going to have our engineers come up. This building is being built between two buildings that we're very proud of that we developed. Armani Casa was built next to this with very shallow foundations. That was also a 57-story building next to a 2-story building. No issues with the Miami Beach Club. So I understand people being concerned. We're going to do the best in class, and it shouldn't be an issue, but we'll have our structural engineers talk about that.
Thank you.
It's freezing up here.
Thank you. Okay.
Would you, Madam Mayor, would you like us to bring up our structural engineer now? Would that be helpful?
Let me just ask a few more questions and then yes, because these are some of the things that I don't know if it's a structural engineer or if it's you. One of the questions that I personally have is something that comes up often, parking. Armani Casa is a building that I've met with often because they don't have enough parking. And I know that it's, you know, within the code. However, the amount of, if someone mentioned it, the amount of staff that's associated with a building like this. Well, really all the buildings on the ocean have a lot of staff, and it's one of the reasons that everyone loves living in Sunny Isles Beach. It's really high end. So I just would like you to address the parking and the deliveries.
Yes.
You know, every single building that's come in front of us since I've been here says that there's plenty of room for deliveries, no problem, and yet we all that live here experience the backlog of Amazon, FedEx, you know. So I just want to get clarification on those two things, and then I'm sure we'll have other questions, but I want to make sure that I touch upon that before you have the structural engineer.
Absolutely. I will cover the parking, and Sandy will cover the deliveries. So with respect to the parking, one of the issues that I understand at the Armani building, which is probably where a number of the complaints have been, is that they designed their parking with vertical stacked parking. And a lot of those stackers weren't designed for the size of the SUV that the residents tend to have. The majority of the residents have SUVs, and that wasn't accounted for in the design the same way that we accounted for parking at this building. Here, there are no stackers. There's only surface level parking and tandem parking spaces to accommodate multiple cars within a parking space. So our parking is functional and is intended to accommodate what we believe is the demand for residents of this type of building, and is encompassed with, you know, some consideration for both employees, workers, staff, and others. That's why we have full valet operations as well. So to the extent that someone's having a party, there's an ability to tandem park throughout the lower levels of the building.
Okay.
As far as loading and stacking, one of the wonderful consequences of pushing the building so far off the street is that you have those two long runs of driveways where you enter and you go immediately left or immediately right, and you go up and you go around, and then you're up at the drop-off. That allows for probably stacking of 20 cars before you even get to the valet station. The valet guy takes your car and he doesn't go back out on the street. He stays on property. So that takes all of that traffic off of the street. As far as loading and deliveries go, the southern driveway accounts for all of that in the same way. Those trucks and delivery vans all come down the side of the building all the way down that drive until they get to our loading docks, which are almost on the other side of the tower. And it's a two-story space, and they pull in under the building. So all of the loading, all of the trash collection, all of that happens under and within the envelope of the building. It's nowhere near the street. And just to put this into perspective, if you were to go on Google Earth and look on what the condition is on the site right now, from the street edge to the first parking spot on that lot right now might be 30 feet. As soon as that car backs up out of that spot and somebody's coming in, you're backing out into the street. We're actually improving the condition that exists there today by doing this.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I recognize that, and I neglected to say for those that are still here, I really appreciate all the speakers. Thank you for staying within the 3 minutes. Your comments were thoughtful and respectful, and that sets a very good tone for us to have a very good conversation. So thank you. Okay, structural engineer, and I'll turn it over to anybody on the commission that has additional questions, or I'll keep going. No, I have. Please go ahead, Commissioner Vizcarra.
Well, I mean, I was jotting down the questions that the residents had also. Okay, so just number one, I think this is probably for the city attorney, the discretionary piece. That word came up a lot, that this is discretionary, that we can just say no to the top third of this building. Can you address that, please?
I believe the discretionary reference came in the form of, or the conversation regarding TDRs. So your code does make the TDRs discretionary. With regards to everything else, though, not necessarily. Obviously, one of the components of what you are tasked to do is following the essential requirements of the law, which essentially means you have to follow your code. So in that instance, it's not discretionary. If they tick off the right boxes with regards to what's required and they've done that, they've done that. But I believe that reference earlier was made in with regards to TDRs. TDRs are discretionary.
Okay. The other question was the fear that people expressed, the sinking buildings issue. There was maybe a year ago, the report from the Miami Herald that I believe had come from a University of Miami. If I'm remembering this correctly, it was a University of Miami piece. And then some of that, I think, was discredited, but there were other studies. So can you address that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Eric Stern, Skyrise Engineering, office address 3701 Southwest 47th Avenue in Davie. We are the geotechnical engineer of record for the project right now. I've been practicing for about 20 years in South Florida, and I've worked on multiple high-rises in Sunny Isles, including Armani, Jade Ocean, Jade Beach, Jade Signature, and the Porsche Tower under various companies that I've worked for. The geology at this point, based on what we've done, is typical. The geology is typical for Sunny Isles. From the drilling that we've done, we haven't found anything out of the ordinary. So I'm going to go down the list. If there's anything I miss, I just took some notes during the discussion, so let me know if there's anything else I need to address. We talked about drilling. The drilling process right now is going to be done with the most modern technology, similar to other projects that are going on right now. Right now, the shallow soils are planned to be improved with DSM during the soil improvement process, and the piles will be installed with augers. There's no pile driving or driven piles planned on the job at this time. Vibrations. The owner plans on putting a vibration monitoring program in place. They also plan on a pre-condition survey to be conducted, documenting the conditions of both adjacent properties. I've worked with this developer for the better part of 20 years, and they have typically set up communications between the project and the adjacent properties to ensure that this type of communication, the information is brought to all sides. As Eric Forden mentioned, we worked on this development group has worked on Armani, and there were no effects to Miami Beach Club during development. As for the study, there's a lot in there. It was done. It was a survey study that was done. I have not reviewed the data to see if whether or not there was settlement after the fact. I have not reviewed the data from their data collected other than what's been written in the articles.
Let me see. This is actually the first time that I've heard about wind tunnels among those buildings. Were you aware of the wind tunnels issue?
So I'll admit I'm the geotechnical engineer, so the wind tunnel study would be out of my knowledge.
Okay. Let me see. So I'm looking for my questions around in your category.
No problem.
No, okay. I think those are my questions regarding your category.
Okay. Vice Mayor, did you have any questions that weren't
Yeah,
covered?
can you tell me what DSM is?
Sure. DSM is deep soil mixing.
Okay.
So they inject cement into the shallow soil conditions to stabilize the soils, to assist in the excavation process for construction of the pile caps.
Okay. And then you mentioned something about using the technique where you're not going to be drilling for the pylons. I mean, can you, maybe I misheard.
So they are going to be drilling for piles.
You're going to be drilling.
Yeah, they're going to be using auger process.
What process?
Auger cast piles.
Okay.
Drill and
How
pour.
does that?
Drill and pour.
Let him answer the
Okay,
question.
hold on. I'd like for him to answer. Yeah.
No problem.
Can you explain how that
Sure.
process works? Yeah.
Very typical to the current foundations that are going in and up and down the beach. They use a hollow stem auger. The auger drills into the ground to the required tip elevation. The soils are excavated during the drilling process. The grout is installed through the hollow stem auger. As the auger is extracted from the ground, once the concrete or the grout is placed, a reinforcing cage is placed into the hole.
Yeah. Okay. And how deep do you go usually?
Foundations in South Florida are installed anywhere, deep foundations. I've worked on piles that have been installed from 40 feet And to my knowledge, piles on the property down the street at St. Regis are going into about 200 feet.
200 feet, okay. And what about the, again, what Commissioner Vizcarra mentioned, the subsidence? If you could just touch upon that, and from your expertise, if you could address, a little bit of what those reports coming out of the and Miami Herald published, if you could address those concerns that some of the residents expressed.
So settlement is a known and anticipated condition for high-rise construction in South Florida. Those settlements are calculated, they are included in the design, they are included by the structural engineer, who is also here, to account for any differential settlement of the structure during construction. As for post-settlement conditions, I have not reviewed the data, the specific data that they've gathered. They've produced the article, but they've never released their actual data, so I have no data that I've reviewed as to where they've put their findings together.
And from your experience, I mean, when you have settlement, that occurs is there an average period of time in which that settlement occurs? Or is it something that continues to occur? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. Settlement occurs. Sure. Settlement occurs during the construction of the building as the property is structurally loaded. The main structural components in the building that would apply load to the ground would be concrete, of course, drywall, and glass and glazing. Those are the three heaviest components. And we do monitor settlement of the structure during construction. Again, it's not a sudden movement, it is an incremental movement as load is placed on the piling.
Yeah. And do we know what the weight of this building will be?
That I have not been provided yet.
Okay, I'd like to know that. Just our curiosity, and the weight of the Armani Casa as well. It'll be interesting.
Nicholas, can you come to the podium, please?
Good evening. I'm
Thank
Nicholas
you.
Jaramillo with the structural engineer. Offices are located.
Can you get closer to the mic? Yeah.
My name is Nicholas Jaramillo.
Yeah.
I work with B&J Consulting Engineers. Our offices are on Doral, Florida. So the overall weight of the building basically initially has been basically set. For the initial design is not completed yet. Obviously, the design of the building is not basically until we don't get an approval, basically the building doesn't get basically completely fully designed. On regards to the settlement, there is no any report on differential settlement basically in the reports that you get from It was basically findings of survey over the plaque of the island, not basically in regards to the developments itself affecting the actually neighboring sites.
Okay.
Can you repeat that, please?
On the report that actually you see from the city, basically, of the University of Miami, there is nothing basically that states differences that have been affecting basically neighboring buildings in relation to one development in particular. So there is nothing basically that says anything like that.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying that the settlement or any movement in the soil is not necessarily related to the buildings? I'm trying to follow, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is no specific basically for one building affecting the neighboring exactly.
Oh, the neighbor.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
When you do the analysis and design for the foundations,
it's hard to hear you. Yeah.
When you do the analysis
closer,
and design of the foundations for any particular structure, you take in consideration the loads that you're applying into the soil. You analyze basically how much the settlement on your site and your specifics are going to go depending on the distance between the load and the nature of the soil. So what Eric explained is before the depth or the foundations were not as long as we have them now. What that gives us basically is the capacity to affect less the structures on the site depending on the height and the depth and obviously the new techniques and equipment that actually allow us to go deeper and have better capacities that affect less basically our own site or the neighboring sites.
Okay. And then regarding, obviously, there's going to be drilling there.
The way the auger cast piles are drilled is there is no vibration, or the vibration is really low. Normally, with the auger cast pile basically process, the machine goes and actually starts digging. I don't know if you have seen basically on the other projects that you have in the city. The machine basically extracts some of the soil, injects concrete into the soil, and then actually install the rebar inside the concrete that actually replace the natural soil that you have in place. So the vibration that you have is only from the friction that goes the machine when it's actually removing the soil when you are injecting the concrete. There is no pounding, there is no pile driving like you have on a roadway, there is nothing like that. When you normally actually do the monitoring for vibration, that is not on the code, but is an ordinance on some of the municipalities. It is a requirement, for instance, on the city of Miami. There is requirements like that on the city of Tampa, but it depends on the size or the location of the development. When you have structures that actually are of special nature, you always try to protect the vibration from those structures.
Okay. Now, you're still going to be monitoring, obviously, during construction.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you're going to obviously also monitor the impact on your adjacent buildings as well?
Yes. We will survey the buildings actually through our sites, not only for protecting, basically make sure that actually we know what is the state of those structures, because we also want to know what was the state of the structure or the buildings before the construction started.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have more questions for now.
I'm ready.
Please, go ahead then.
Okay, good, thank you. So, first I want to say that I don't have a bone to pick with any developer or any thing that's happening here. I'm on this commission to represent the residents of the city, and the questions that I ask are 100% to alleviate the residents' fears.
Understood.
First, I want to say that I believe that this whole question should be deferred for tonight, allowing the two buildings on either side of the construction to have enough time, all the time they need to have whatever questions they have answered. You're already saying that your construction is going to go on 2 to 5 years, so there is no rush whatsoever. I also have a question myself regarding the city, regarding the TDRs and the bonuses that you've been offered, whether they're required, whether they can be pulled back in order to lower the height of your building, and that's something that I want to look into myself. I have other questions regarding the construction.
I want to address when you're doing DSM, you're in the ground for 12 months. We're trying to stabilize not only our property, but our neighbors' properties when we do DSM. So construction is going to take that long. And to defer it, with all due respect, we've been deferred already for over 2 years. We've been working with the city and being patient with the city for over 2 years on this. So we've bought this site. We have tremendous interest expense. This is not something that's new to the city. So I understand what you'd like us to do. This is the same presentation that's been done countless times for the last 20 years.
Well, I understand. I'm one vote on this commission.
I understand.
But I also deal in logic, and I believe that there's a lot at stake, and that the residents have a right to have their questions alleviated, and any studies should be done regarding traffic and whatever other ramifications your building is going to cause the city should be discussed in full length and until you know, if there's any
The traffic study's not going
remediation-
to change.
If there's any remediation that needs to be done or considered,
I'm asking, hello, you all had your time. I maybe spoke
Then
too soon when I said you were being
then
respectful. Please keep it up.
the
Thank you.
residents deserve the time to have all of those questions answered.
Did you have a question?
Now, I have questions regarding the construction myself. Since I happen to be the only award-winning builder on the commission, I have my own questions. So I happen to have met with Gil Deser a few years ago, and he said something to me has stuck in my mind even till today. He said that the taller he builds, the more structurally sound the building is. Do you believe that?
Normally, yes, because of the mass. You normally actually have two ways to actually dampen the effect of the wind on a structure. One is basically dampen it with basically an active damping basically system, right? The other one is by mass. So normally, the higher the structure, basically the mass is going to be more rigid. There is restrictions basically on the code in relations to the drift. That is basically how much the building moves in relation once you apply the load. So normally the structures that actually are taller are way stiffer and actually stronger than the other ones.
Okay.
Even having same or less mass. For instance, in City of Miami, we don't build ultra-tall buildings. Normally, just because of economics. It's not because of we don't have the science or anything like that. Like companies that actually work here and design buildings here are the same ones that actually design buildings on New York. On New York, we see basically a stick that is in the middle of Central Park that actually you say, okay, that building has 150 feet, stories high. We don't have that here, not because we don't have the resources or the knowledge. It's just basically economics. So the higher the building is, the more stronger it's going to be. The safer normally is the structure.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that's a fact.
Okay, so the other buildings that you've done, Ocean 1, Ocean 2, Ocean 3, the Trump buildings, do any of them have 200-foot pilings?
Trump was done in 2008. I actually participated in those two buildings, on Trump 1 and 2, on 185 Ocean, I believe is the address on that one. So back then, the rigs for drilling piles were not able to go that deep. So what you did back then actually is you increase the size of the foundation. Basically, you increase the footprint. Nowadays, what we can do, since we have better equipment, is we can do, the footprint can be reduced, but you can go deeper. When you do that, actually, you engage the lower rock that actually is stronger and you have less issues.
Okay, so beneath your property, you have limestone, correct?
Yes, you have a couple of layers of limestone and things in between, but if you want to talk soils, I'll call Eric to come back.
Okay, so limestone, the depth and the thickness of the limestone varies per property. And even on one property, you're going to have variances in the thickness of the limestone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you done studies regarding the depth of your limestone or the thickness or the vulnerability of certain thicknesses of the limestone to be affected by your drilling?
On this particular site?
Excuse me?
Yes.
Yeah, we
did.
So you have reports on the studies regarding the limestone below your property?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And are there any portions of the limestone that is fractured, or now within the limestone there are pockets of water, correct?
Water table is only a few feet below surface.
Right.
So it's water continuous.
Yes.
Once you hit the water table, the
So,
water table is continuous.
and within the limestone there are cavities, right?
The limestone down here is referred to as vuggy. So yes, there are pockets. The limestone is a cemented sand.
Right. So as you drill into certain portions of the limestone, that could crack and fracture, correct?
As they place the concrete bites into the various formations of the limestone. That's where we gain our friction from.
Right. So you have like an echo, let's say I'm referring it to like an echocardiogram or something. You've done topographic studies.
Soil borings.
Yeah, borings. Well, not borings, but don't they have like a scan of the ground so you know exactly what's underneath?
Soil borings, we're sampling.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Soil boring study, we sample on average every 5 feet. So we are able to put together the stratigraphy of the site and connect the layers from boring to boring.
So there's not a type of scan machine that gives you a full scan of what's below your property?
Not down to the depth of the borings, no.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, but there are cavities that could be affected by your drilling that you might not know that there's an issue. Is that correct?
Are you referring to sinkholes?
Cause settling, yes.
Sinkholes are not common in South Florida. There are sinkholes in Central Florida, the West Coast. Sinkholes are not a formation that we see in South Florida.
Okay, so another question I have is regarding the setbacks between the buildings. What are those setbacks? Is it evenly spaced where you're planning to build?
That would be, the setbacks would be the architect, I'm sorry.
Between Armani and our building?
Yes.
Is 70 feet.
70 feet on each side.
70 feet on the
Equal
south
space.
side, and on the north side is even greater than that because that's where we have our public beach access. So our setback from that property line is greater than the setback on the southern property line.
Okay. So I know on the Bentley, the product that's on the fascia of the building is quite reflective. What is the fascia on your building?
You mean the reflectance of the glass, not the
What?
fascia?
I want to know the reflective value of your finished structure and how it's going to affect the buildings.
We haven't chosen the final glass that's going to go on the building yet.
Okay, because I'm concerned with how it's going to affect the buildings on either side regarding when the sun comes around and the reflectability.
Understood, and that is also another benefit of going so narrow and so tall, is that you don't have these big, broad facades that are facing each other, right? You know what I mean? If we were short and squat, you have a much broader facade that could reflect glass.
Well,
by
it
us
is going to
so
reflect.
narrow and
can't-
tall.
Yeah. So do you have any type of non-reflective film that you're going to put on your glass?
I know the glass that we will choose will be chosen for its energy efficient qualities.
Okay. But in that regard, what you do to...
And turtle compliance is right.
Well, internal, yes. And having reflective glass is what keeps the interior cool, but it affects the
Not
buildings on either
necessarily, no,
side
it's
of you.
about heat gain. It's not reflectivity. That it is very different.
So, okay.
Solar heat
but-
gain, the building gets warmer from solar heat gain more so than if we have a higher reflectance on the glass. That's
But if
way
you don't
more
have
important.
reflectance, if you don't have a reflectant barrier coating, then you're going to have your heat going more into the glass, which is not what you want.
Is there a reflectance factor that you're looking for on a building?
I'm just concerned regarding the buildings on either side that they're going to be negatively affected by your reflection.
Understood. And I would say that Armani to the south of us, that building comes to a point, right? That comes to a point that is on our facade. So if there is any reflectance, it certainly wouldn't affect that building at all because all those buildings are arranged so that as much of their surface is facing the water. So it's almost end to end to end to end, not broad face to broad face to broad face. And that's just the nature of getting as much of your facade on the water as you can.
Okay, so I know on my house, I live in Golden Shores, I have my next door neighbor has a tin roof. And I have to
we
have...
won't have a tin
Well,
roof.
no, I know that, but I'm talking about reflectability. So I have to have my hedges high because when they were short, before I planted them and before they grew, I was tortured by having their reflection from the sun in my kitchen all day, and it was torture. So I'm trying to have Armani and Ocean 2, the residents, not be tortured in the end, because now we can only talk about it. How are you going to, if you reflect into their windows when the building is completed, how are you going to compensate them?
It's a good point. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So Armani and the other building are north and south of us. So reflectance won't go that way. The reflectance would go back east or back west. And Armani is a completely glass building in and of itself, right? So there's a certain of reflectivity coming off of that building as well.
Well, okay. So all of these questions will be answered when this hearing is deferred, because these people have the right to have the time to have all of their questions answered, and I believe tonight is not the night. And I don't think there's any hurry, and the other people on the commission should also think logically that these residents have the right to have another month or 2 months to have all of their questions answered.
Okay, Commissioner Joseph, they're here to answer all of the questions. So let's keep going with the questions rather than cutting them off.
I'm
They're here
finished.
You're finished?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Stuyvesant, do you have questions?
Yeah, I have a...
Okay.
I think for the staff.
Okay. Your microphone's off.
Sorry?
Your microphone's off.
So, the claim that there are no variances being requested relies entirely on the commission approving the TDR purchase, right?
Amy?
That's right. There's no variances requested from the development standards of the MUR zoning district. The TDR request is not a variance.
Precisely. So the calculations that they are doing to go as high, it is assuming that we are allowing them to buy the TDRs.
Well, it's one of the requests that's part of the application is for you to approve the TDR purchase.
Okay.
Well, just like a yes or no question. So again, I'm going to rephrase it. The calculations that they are doing is assuming that we are allowing them to purchase the TDRs.
Right, because the development proposal, the total that's before you, is the total floor area and the total units, which includes a TDR purchase.
Which include the base, the bonuses, and the TDRs.
Correct.
And I think it was established that the TDRs are, according to, they are discretionary. They are not as of right, correct?
Correct. The code says that they are discretionary. That's why it's one of the requests in the application package.
Exactly. So I'm going to rephrase. The height, the intensity, etc., is assuming that the commission approve the sale of the TDRs.
They're proposing a development project, and yes, it does include a request to purchase TDRs.
Right. Okay, good. So,
That's never run by
I
us
haven't
before.
finished.
Yes.
So, if the TDRs were denied, then the project will require massive variances to exceed to the current size, and hardship as well will need to be proved, right?
No, this isn't a variance request. The height is established by the Federal Aviation Administration, which they received the approval for, the letter of no hazard determination. And the TDR request is not a variance.
I think
they
what Commissioner Stubison is asking is, if there was a scenario where the TDRs were not approved, how would this project differ? If it would be, how would it look? Is the question? If I'm understanding you correctly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So if the TDRs were not approved, clearly they cannot have the size that they're having right now. So they will have to come and ask for massive variances to be able to get to there, because we established that we are assuming that the TDRs are going to be sold to them as they are asking. So the calculation of the high intensity and density are tied up to the purchase of the TDRs from the city.
So it's based on the design of the project. Let's say if it didn't include TDRs, it could still be 828 feet tall.
Okay.
And narrower, because the TDRs for this project, it's not giving them additional units, it's giving them additional square footage.
Correct. FARs, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So, but to the point, to have the project the way it is designed as of right now, if the TDRs were not sold, then they could not have the design. Probably the height, yes, because the FAA already cleared that. But they will need them variances to have the intensity and the density, because they are adding over around 45 units based on the purchase of the TDRs.
And bonuses.
Yeah, but the bonuses are, it is like a checklist. If they do all the checklists, they can get it. So we have three components. We have the base, that is their right because they have the purchase of the land. So clearly something is gonna get built, because if anyone buys a piece of land, you have the right, you bought it with that in mind, not just to make it a green space. So something is gonna get built as of right. Now, the calculations is where I'm going right now, because it is three components: base, as of right; bonuses, if they also, if they meet all the requirements; and then it comes the TDRs. The TDRs is at the discretion of the commission, and I do believe that's why we are here, because it's everything. If we didn't need to discuss that kind of impact, then what would be the point of bringing that to the commission altogether? So that is the issue. So with the, we will need variances if the TDRs were not being sold.
So not necessarily. Okay. The code even says that a variance can't be provided for density or intensity. Okay. It can only be, variances apply to the development standards of the project. Setbacks, the FAR, things like that. The lighting, the signage of the property. So that the providing of TDRs doesn't mean that there would or wouldn't be variance requests. It depends on the design of the structure.
Okay, so the other question is now regarding parking. So by sticking to the minimum of the code requirement and even reducing it further via shared parking, this is for you too, Amy, sorry. So I'm gonna repeat, by sticking to the minimum code requirement and even reducing it further via shared parking, the project is virtually guaranteed to have a parking shortage. Is the shared parking an exception to the rule, or is as of right?
No, so per the off-street parking requirements of the code, we have a shared parking piece of it. And so if the applicant submits an independent study about the use of the property and when those uses are used during different times of the day, and then that's reviewed by the city's consultant and accepted, then they can request the shared parking agreement.
Okay, so we are relying in the independent study of the applicant.
And the city's review by our traffic engineering consultant.
Okay, and the calculation as it is, the calculation as it is 2 parking spaces per unit. And we are even reducing when it comes to the restaurant. And there is 2 parking spaces even if the unit is a 5-bedroom mansion.
That's right. The zoning standard is that it's 2 units, 2 parking spaces, if the unit is larger than 1,800 square feet.
Okay, so the shared parking reduction is discretionary, correct? Honestly, the parking calculation is not credible. Hence, the issues that the people is pointing out. So it seems that the project failed to the sufficiency of the off-street parking criteria. And my question will be now probably to the applicant is that what will be the plan B? So once you are full capacity, or if you are at full capacity, what will be the plan B to accommodate those extra vehicles? Because if history shows something, is that as of right now, the city is accommodating multiple buildings with parkings under the causeway, gateway, etc. So, which you might think also is one of the reasons why we are not able to use those spaces for the entertainment of the public, which is another conversation, but I'm talking specifically under the causeway. So what would be the plan B if it shows in the future that the calculation of the parking wasn't correct, or maybe it's up to code? Because I understand that the code says 2 vehicles per unit. The thing is that it's not realistic.
If I may, this is our traffic engineer, Derek Tedeschi from Kimley Horn, to answer these questions.
Okay, Derek Tedeschi, 8201 South Peters Road, Kimley Horn and
Please
Associates.
speak into the mic.
I'm just going to remind everyone, please, if you're going to have conversations, take it outside. I want to make sure that we're able to hear him up front.
Yeah, my name is Derek Tedeschi. I'm at Kimley Horn and Associates. Address is 8201 South Peters Road, Plantation, Florida. So a couple points I'd like to make. Yes, I prepared the shared parking analysis. It was prepared conservatively. As Tracy mentioned earlier, the restaurant is ancillary to the building. In our analysis, we assumed that it was open to the public. So that's the first thing I want to, first point I want to make. Second point I want to make is the expected demand, the results of the shared parking analysis, the expected demand for parking for this site is around, I think, 264 spaces. We're providing 290 spaces. And so, as Tracy mentioned earlier, we are overparked. So, I mean, that's what the analysis is showing.
Okay, 290 spaces for an ultra luxury 145 units.
And a lot of that has to do with, this isn't the majority of the residents necessarily first homes, right? There are people that come here maybe 6 months of the year, that come at different times. So there is that consideration that's made.
Okay, 1 second. Let me stop you. One moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we're going to otherwise be here all night. Give them the respect, allow them to answer the questions.
Okay.
And please, everyone has their time to speak, so it's their time to speak. No outbursts, please. And then what I'm going to ask is, as we're having these conversations, that the city manager or the city attorney please chime in, because I need to have an understanding of if we're discussing something that is of right and is within our code, and they are meeting that code, or is what you're saying exceeding it, is that germane to this conversation?
Well, certainly. Any commission in your position is in a difficult position because you have a certain code. So, for example, the FAA height, right? That's in your code. So you have to stick to the essential requirements of the law, which is your code. I'll give another example. Reference was made to a shade study. Your code does not require a shade study, right? So you can't require that of the applicant because it's not in your code. So Florida statutes is very strong on that, and you have to follow your code. Otherwise, you set yourself up for reversal of whatever decision you make. So you always get in a tough position where you have to follow your code. So correct, if they check off the boxes and they comply with what the code requires, you're now there. You can challenge some things, obviously, that you may feel is not, and I set you the criteria in my memo yesterday, that there's certain things that you could look at, but for the most part, if it is a requirement that they've met, that's essentially what they're required to do.
Right. And if we're having discussions about the fact that we may or may not agree with that code, what does that set up for the future, if anything?
For the future of what?
Well, let's just assume that with the parking, because it's come up a few times now, and in my conversations with the applicant as well, because of what the conversations I've had with Armani. For me in general, I think we don't have enough parking in the city. if it's within in our code and they meet or exceed it, it cannot be something that we can deny them.
Correct, not on that basis because they've met the code. So if your code requires 2 spaces for, I can't remember the square footage, above square footage, that's what your code requires. You can't now change it and say, well, no, it really should be 3.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Stewart, you had
Well,
any questions?
we certainly should be changing the code according to what makes sense, how we do almost in every meeting. Okay, another question, so that it has to do, let me see. So, having a private restaurant and private cabanas, which clearly points out to the privacy, luxury, exclusivity of the project, how realistic is that the general public is going to have access to the public oceanfront park, which is one of the bonuses that is giving you access to have extra units?
The restaurant is within the building. It is structural, right? The public open spaces, the oceanfront park, the beach walk are all exterior. They're outside, they're on the ground level. There is no fencing, there is no guard, it's open to the public, it's open air. There are pathways leading you there from the sidewalk on Collins Avenue. There are, access from the beach is open, like you see in front of the other buildings such as Aquilina or Armani or any of the others. And I can show you the site plan reflecting that area if you'd like me to go back to that.
I remember.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And so that is open to the public and will not be, during daylight hours, will not be restricted access.
Okay, it will be not restricted as of right now to get the project approval, but maybe in 10 years when it's ready and there is a whole new commission here, they will come with now a site approval change and probably restrict the access because if it's going to be as exclusive as and luxury as it's supposed to be, since I've been here sitting down in this commission, I see how site approvals has been fluidly changed according to the influence of the applicant on the commission. So
respectfully, I would have to disagree. The applicant will be required to enter into an agreement with the city to provide these easements and to provide these open spaces. That's something that is public. It's recorded on the public record. It runs with the land, and it cannot be changed. This is part of how the FAR was accomplished. So this is an extended agreement to allow this to be public open space. And if I may address one of your questions about the TDRs and how that affects the building, because I think that is important to touch on again. What happens if the TDRs are not awarded this evening by the commission? Essentially, the units get smaller. The building stays the same height. The building stays with the same number of units. Everything stays the same, but the square footage of the building is reduced. So,
correct.
right. So,
Absolutely.
I just feel like it's important to say that again, that the density and the height do not change.
Correct, yeah. Okay, so to your point about the site approval, that once it's approved, it cannot be changed. Well, actually, last year, we have zoning to change the site approval of the off-site parking of Aquilina. So they have to take care of the underground of the utilities, and they came here claiming that they want to make sure to get the certificate of occupancy for a parking garage. And we had this discussion here, the conditions that were approved by a previous commission to approve the site plan, just like today, once they came here and they did a very nice presentation, and after throwing thousands of dollar parties for certain elected officials here in the city, then they got the site approval and then modification, and then they didn't have to meet that requirement no more. So now it is to the taxpayers to pay the underground utility of the site approval that is supposed to be able to be modified. So with all due respect, it has nothing to do with you guys,
No,
okay?
It sounds like a very different scenario.
Totally.
You know, like this is a bonus for FAR purposes.
Yes.
So if the public benefits that are committed to as part of this A, site plan approval, and B, recorded document were to be eliminated, then the building would not be in compliance with your comprehensive plan. So I think it's a...
And we have a lot of that as well. And we hear that our comp plan and our land development regulations have not been in compliance, hence many issues that we have had with Tallahassee and other buildings.
And that's why this project has been delayed, quite frankly, right? We were waiting for the comp plan second reading to be, so that it was corrected, so this was accurate, so that these numbers do match, and so that there is a very obvious commitment to comply with both your comprehensive plan and your code.
Yeah, and that has absolutely nothing to do with you guys. And I want to really point out and be very clear that I believe that if I was in your shoes of the applicant, I will be doing exactly what you're doing right now, trying to get the maximum of everything and the maximum profit and benefit as me as the applicant. And I do hope that you and everybody understand that if you were in my shoes, you will be doing what I'm doing right now, which is protecting our residents and, and the benefit of our community.
And all of these things... all of these things come with consideration, right? There's consideration made here. So there is a $29.6 million fee paid to the city for these maximizations, right? For these bonuses, for these TDRs. That's
okay. Listen. I'm warning you, please. Okay. Let her speak.
There are public benefits given to the city in exchange for this design, right? There are a lot of extra things that are being committed to that balance out the consideration between the design of the building and what the concurrency and the public benefits and the economic benefits should be to the city to ensure that both the developer and the city and the residents get what they need to make sure that this city succeeds in the long term.
So another question, and this might be also for the staff. So did we get an independent vibration subsidence study? This is for the staff. I'm so sorry. I would like to know that from our people.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the
Did
question?
we get an independent vibration and subsidence study other than the one that the applicant submitted?
Do we have one on
Yes,
file?
do we got one prior to considering voting on this? Do we have an independent vibration study?
No, not
about
for
the
this project.
subsidence?
It's not required by the code for the submittal of the site plan
Okay,
application.
so we didn't get it. Okay.
Well, let me explain. So what you have tonight is a site plan approval. It's basically a zoning approval. It's a conceptual design. It's a conceptual site plan that's permitted under Chapter 166 Florida statutes. The building itself, the construction of it, the actual building plans haven't even been drawn up yet. So it's two separate processes. When you get through the building plan process, there's a whole other process you go through and things they have to satisfy in order to advance forward and even get the permit and inspections and so on and so forth. That's where you get into the vibration and those types of issues. Here, you're sort of relegated to your zoning code and those requirements under Chapter 166 as well. With regards to this, they're two different types of things.
Okay, and with regard to that, on that, so the staff report suggests approving the project now, right? But requires the applicant to submit critical plans like vibration, construction staggering, monitoring, etc. later. When those are submitted later, right, Mr. City Attorney, they have to submit all those later on.
When they go through the building plan process. Correct. And all this, yeah, that's a separate process.
But then none of that is gonna come to us because it goes to administrative approval, meaning the city manager and staff are the ones that are gonna be reviewing this, and we are not gonna have this anymore.
No, because it's Florida being. It's
yes or no?
No. It's not a yes or no.
Okay, one second. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. I don't want to say it one more time. We're going to have to take a recess if you can't control yourselves, please. This is an important conversation, okay? And I want to make sure that everyone has their opportunity to not only speak, but that we all can hear the answer.
So it's not a yes or no, because that's dictated by the Florida Building Code. right? So the requirements in building and everything else that they have to actually follow is, so our building official is relegated to enforcing the building code. We can't impose our own building code. So for example, if we want something more stringent than what the Florida Building Code provides, we're not authorized to do that. We can only comply with what the existing building code is, and that's our role as a regulatory body when you get through this process with the building and building permits and so on.
And to tack on to that, everything is public record. So anything that anyone wants to see is available to them, right? I mean, it can be tracked. Copies can be requested. It can be analyzed by the public at any time.
But it will be approved already if it gets approved today. So now
there's two phases, right? There's a site plan approval, which is what we're here for today, which is the conceptual drawings, right? Here's what it's going to look like. Here's generally how people will access it. Here's generally what the floor plans are, what the landscaping is going to be. But all of the minute details of the structural, the electrical, the plumbing, the mechanical, everything about the details of the construction, that is not ever discussed at this stage, because that happens at building permit.
It's very expensive as well.
Right,
Yeah,
it's important that the public understands this too, right?
Yeah, correct.
There's a lot of questions that are asked this evening that are related to what would be involved in a building permit plan set, and not necessarily done at this stage. There's this underlying understanding that these are very experienced developers that have developed many buildings in your city quite successfully, and these buildings, have all delivered to look like what they're going to look like, which is really a lot about what tonight is about, but then are designed in a manner that they're safe and that they are compatible and consistent with what the city skyline
So
is.
this is
Wait,
the only
Commissioner Joseph, let Commissioner Stevenson finish. She has the floor.
Yeah.
Okay?
So we really clearly can now calculate the adverse impact of the building with what we have right now. So having said that, I have a couple of questions more for the staff. So for how long had the staff of the city been in communication with the applicant regarding this project? More or less.
Sure, the application was submitted in May 2025.
Okay, May 2025. Well, that's interesting because one of the applicants said that they've been in communication with you guys for like 2 years. So I can understand the application was formally submitted May 2025. However, for how long this project has been maybe the idea being around and the staff being part of it, since when or for how long?
We had a pre-application meeting, I believe, in February of 2025. And so that was my first introduction to the project. And that's required by the code that they have to have a pre-application meeting with staff before submitting. And at that pre-application meeting, we generally discuss the process, what's going to be requested, and then they made that formal submission. It was in May 2025.
Okay, so the 2 years is not accurate, that they've been waiting for 2 years for the staff. Apparently it's not accurate, okay? So anyway, if you guys have been talking about this for almost a year, since February 2025, it's very interesting because we are asked to make this decision today based on a package that we, at least I'm not gonna talk for anybody here, but I received last Friday night. Thousands of pages that I just got last Friday night. And from the staff, I just got the respect of having a 30 minutes, more or less, briefing of those thousands of pages. So it's clear that we are not the experts that in any of these different categories. However, we're the ones who are supposed to making this decision. And I just want the public to understand this. I saw this package for the first time Friday night. I received it Friday night. And then thousands of pages, even though that the staff is being in communication with the applicant for at least a year, I don't know if the code say that we are not supposed to get informed, that I had no clue, but, and like I said, I got more information, more input from the applicant, from phone conversation that I had with them, and for a meeting that I have with them, that from our staff. So it's a little bit hard to make a decision when we are being even presented with detail the information. Also, I find out about the project because I got phone calls, emails, or whatever, I don't remember right now, when it was published in the news about the FAA approval. So just the lack information of not being part of the process, it's just a little bit hard to then make the determinations. So that for now.
I don't know if this is for you, Amy, but since we do have, actually, no, it's not for you, Amy, thank you. Since we have the applicants who have so many years of experience working with our city and specifically with the two properties that have objection, so that we have a sense of normally how this works, because clearly I think there is a little bit of misunderstanding of how this process works. So I appreciate it if you can just walk us through. For instance, you literally built the Armani.
I literally built the Armani.
Okay, so when the Armani went through this process, we'll use
Yep.
that as an example since it's a more recent building, how does that differ from what we're doing right now?
We weren't asked to provide all the construction details that are being asked of us today. Everything that we've done today is what we've done countless times, like I said, for Ocean 1, Ocean 2, Ocean 3, Ocean 4, Armani. The difference is Ocean 2, Ocean 3, Armani, they all maximized their TDRs with regards to density and square footage and height at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing that. We're taking less density now from the bonuses than we would be allowed with the bonuses. We could be building more units if you didn't want to, with your discretionary TDRs, provide to us. So the only thing you'll be penalizing us with is less square footage, which is less. No, it'd be the same building. It would just be a skinnier. No, it'll be the same. It'll be the same building. It'll just be skinnier because it'll be less square footage. So, and it won't be less people. It'll still be 145 units. So at the end of the day, you'll have less marketable units at the end of the day because the market today, opposed to when we developed Ocean 2 and even Armani for that matter, there were more investors. There are people who weren't living here full-time or for 3 and 6 months. They're literally investing and then renting them out. That's not who the market is today.
Mm-hmm.
The market today for the projects that you'll see, whether it's at the St. Regis or the Bentley, are for the larger units. That is what's marketable today for people who are coming. And we're not selling to Russians and Venezuelans or people from China. You're not allowed to sell to them. So at the end of the day, we're selling to people from the Northeast and people in South Florida who are looking to upgrade and take more space. So these are really replacement units at the end of the day for people who want to sell their unit at Ocean 1 or Ocean 2, Ocean 3, or not. But at the end of the day, if they're looking for a larger unit, that's what this provides, because the stock of inventory prior to this cycle has all been smaller units. So the market today is for the larger units, and that's ideally what we're looking for here.
Okay, and
less units, by the way, because if the market was for more units, we would be applying for the 200 and something units, which we would be allowed to with the TDRs. We haven't done that.
And to take the conversation back to the parking, because when we met, that's one of my major concerns was what happens when you have people that are buying these apartments that don't have only 2 cars.
Right.
What is your plan for that, and how do you, based on the design right now versus what is actually going to happen?
Right. So the design right now is for 2 levels of parking, and what I communicated in our meeting was the way the code is written, and I'm sure Amy will correct me if I'm mistaken, is once you go above a certain level, I believe it's 20 some odd feet, if we did another level of parking, it would count towards FAR, right? So if we did another level of parking, we would, whatever space is built for the parking, I believe would count towards our FAR and would eliminate sellable area, which is tax increment for the city at the end of the day. So that's why we don't have a third level of parking. And to build a lower level underground is not something with the flooding that goes on in Sunny Isles. We'd rather not build another basement parking structure.
So if I was going to buy an apartment in this building, I would know how many parking spaces I have.
Yeah, we have
obviously.
298 spaces planned for 145 units.
Okay.
And no stackers.
All right. Additional questions, Commissioner Viscara? No? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
So I went through the application, and thank you for addressing some of the concerns. Obviously, I think that from the time that the Armani was built and the other buildings to now, there are very understandable concerns given what happened, unfortunately, in Surfside, and some of the reports, whether they're accurate or they're half accurate, whatever. You know, I think that the concern is palpable from the residents and obviously from us as well. But regarding the application itself, and what I don't see here is that regarding levels of service, I only see a traffic study. I don't see a school impact. I don't see sewer. I do not see evacuation routes. So is that existent? I don't see it in the application, so.
Yes, all of those analyses were done. We provided school concurrency analysis through Miami-Dade County Public Schools. We meet concurrency. We did a water and sewer analysis. It calculated the volume of usage that will occur from both the units and the restaurant and all of the amenities. The water will be provided by North Miami Beach. There's capacity. Sewer will be provided by Miami-Dade County. There's capacity. We also did a solid waste analysis and provided evidence that there's capacity by our solid waste handler to accommodate whatever's generated by the project. And it was a very conservative, higher end of the spectrum analysis of the level of waste created by the building. All of that should be in your agenda package.
Here's the sewer.
Where is it here? Is this under? Amy, can you tell me? Because
Vice Mayor, so the staff report included the level of service analysis on page 5, and then attached to the staff report in your agenda memo.
Okay.
So included in the staff report package, attached are all of the letters for the water service, sewer service, drainage, solid waste, and schools. The only thing that was separate was the traffic impact analysis, which is a separate link.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, when it comes to the school, so please correct me if I'm wrong. So I know that it could say it's, obviously it will be able to accommodate, but that is based on the county itself, right? Not necessarily this school.
Correct. The Miami-Dade County Public Schools looks at all of the area schools within the feeder pattern, and then it further looks at if there isn't availability within the feeder pattern, the next adjacent schools. And there is availability here in the feeder pattern, so they didn't need to do that next tier of analysis. And that, so one other thing to mention, the school concurrency analysis is done now at site plan, and it's done again at building permit. So if between now and building permit, there's an issue with student stations, the applicant would need to pay mitigation fees to make sure that enough student stations exist in the area schools to accommodate the kids that would live in this project.
Okay.
So I have
Let me ask you really quick before I give you, are you done, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, what is, assuming everything that you've requested gets approved as far as timing, what is your goal time for completion? The date, approximately?
Good question. So we also tried getting our site plan approval for our sales center in at this hearing, but so I think that's going to get delayed till February. Assuming this gets approved and that sales center application gets approved, Our goal is to have that sales center completed, which means I need my construction documents and permits in place so I can start construction, call it by summer, so I could have it open by the end of the year and start sales at that point. Based on pace of sales that we're currently seeing in the current market, it's going to take 12 to 18 months to get enough sales so we can start construction, and the construction timeline is going to be plus or minus 36 months to 42 months.
5 years plus.
From today, yeah.
Okay.
If everything goes perfect.
Right, you have the floor, Commissioner.
So as far as, are we anticipating how many children, school-age children will be in this building?
Yes, there will be, don't have my glasses on. I gotta make it bigger, hold on. So of the 145 units, there will be 12 students at the K through 8 level and 4 students at the high school level. And that's because generally in multifamily, that's the ratio that's used by the school board to calculate it. But I can tell you that as of today, there are 33 available student stations at Norman Edelcup K through 8. And then at Tracy and Alonzo Morning, there are 50 available student stations for the high school level. So even if there are more students attending public schools from this building, there is capacity today. And, it's a point in time photo, but there is capacity to accommodate more kids than what was analyzed.
Right. Okay. Now, your building is going to be built after the Bentley, right? And after the St. Regis? Well, the St. Regis has 2 towers, so now we have to consider also how many kids they will have in their buildings. So actually, by the time their buildings are completed, you may be behind the 8 ball.
Well, like traffic, the school board looks at all of the committed developments. So if you've approved those projects, which you have, those student stations are factored into this analysis. So because we've come in after these 2, the student stations required for those buildings are already reserved, and this is in addition to those. So they look at what's left after St. Regis and after Bentley.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Anyone else?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay. One moment. I don't want to ignore your motion. Do we have anything from staff that needs to be added from the city attorney or from the city manager? No?
No.
Okay. Please make your motion.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to defer this issue until March or April, in order to give either building on either side of the construction enough time to settle whatever issues they might have. I don't think there's any reason to rush this. This is the last time that this issue would come before the commission, and this is our time to allow for our best questioning, because after us, it goes only to the building department, and we're out of it. So I ask for the other commissioners to also think logically to the benefit of the residents.
Okay. Just so for clarification, if this was deferred, what would be the next steps?
Well, for advertising purposes, you need to defer it to a time certain. If it's that late a date, we'd probably have to re-advertise. I'm not sure, but
if you announce the date today, you wouldn't need to re-advertise.
Even if it's April or whatever date you would need to do a date certain in order to avoid having to do that.
But if I may, notices have gone out for this. Articles have been published. There was a lot of notice given. We did not receive any phone calls. The city only received, as far as I understand it, 1 phone call. We have done our briefings. We have been open about this project. We have waited for a very long time. We have been here before and deferred already from October. So we have done what we can to be open and to give an opportunity to hear concerns and to address any issues that have come up. And I think we were very well prepared this evening to answer all of your questions. A lot of the questions have to do with what happens during the building construction, not about the building itself. You heard over and over again that the building is beautiful, that they like the design. And as Eric mentioned in one of the responses, it is their practice to spend time with those homeowners associations prior to construction to work out maintenance schedules, construction schedules, and address all of the impacts that could potentially be adverse to those buildings and make sure that it's a harmonious process.
But let me ask you a question before you go on, because I want to make sure that look, at the end of the day, we have to respect everyone's private property rights, and I want to make sure that we're very clear as to what questions we feel are still unanswered.
Okay, so to be fair, when I met with the builders and giving them the total benefit, I did not go in with any preconception, and we were open, correct, and it was only simple questions that were asked and answered. I had no idea that you had never met with the buildings on either side of the construction, which was a surprise to me tonight. And that should have been the first thing that you did, actually. And I believe they should have the opportunity to have a fair amount of time to meet with you and to have their questions and reservations answered. I don't think there's any need to rush. You have two buildings that have a large number of concerns, and you have a right to be able to meet with them and settle whatever concerns they have. There's no reason to rush and have a decision tonight.
We will commit to meeting with them, as part of this process, but as we go towards building construction, because from what I've heard, that's the main concern. It's how is there vibration? Is there noise? Are you going to work on weekends? Is my car going to get dirty? What kind of dust level am I going to have on my balconies? Those are the things that we would talk about with them, and it would be done prior to building permit.
But I'm not privy to the other studies that they have questions regarding. So in that regard, I can't say that that's absolutely true. You need to meet with them. We need to defer this meeting. And when they have said to us that they are satisfied, to a good degree anyway, then we can move forward.
Respectfully,
I believe that's fair to the residents.
Respectfully, we meet the code. We're not asking for any variances. There's nothing being requested here that does not meet every single letter of your code of ordinances and your land development regulations. This is to the letter. And so, the concerns about construction, the concerns about geotechnical information, those are all things that get addressed as our team engineers the building for building permit. Not, the study that was handed out has to do with the soil quality. That's something that is never going to be addressed by our site plan that's before you today. That happens when the engineering is done for building permit.
Okay, for my regard, it would be haphazard for me to vote on this tonight, and I hope that the other commissioners look at it as logically as I do, to allow the residents to have their questions answered and come back another month. Or 2 months.
What questions specifically would you like them to answer?
I have no idea. It's the buildings on either side of the construction have not been met with, and that was wrong. And we were not made privy to that, and I would have said right away that was wrong, that occurred.
Okay. So what is your motion?
My motion is to defer this decision until April, to give the buildings enough time to have their studies requested or whatever it is that they are looking for.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. There's no second. It dies. Are there any other questions or comments?
May I? I think a lot of the questions that I had have been answered. I would still, because going back to what Commissioner Stuyvesant said, it's very hard for us to get thousands of pages a week before, or not even a week before, and look at everything. I think I have a pretty clear understanding. I understand that it is within code, okay? And obviously we need to follow the developer's rights, et cetera, but there are some things that I still would like time to review.
So wasn't that a reason to defer?
Hold on, Jerry, let me speak. Hold on. Okay, so, and obviously you have your neighbors, which have concerns. I mean, obviously, I think some of these concerns, again, going back to my point, have a lot to do with what happened in Surfside, et cetera. So I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of perhaps deferring for a month. I think that with a month, it will be sufficient time to meet with your neighbors, okay? I don't think April, I think it's too long. I know that they have, they've been waiting for us to make some changes to our land development codes and everything.
So let's make it March.
Hold on, Jerry.
All right.
So let me talk. So I think that to be fair to all parties here, because we do, as commissioners, need to listen to our residents. And there's two buildings that have concerns, two buildings that actually the applicant built. So I think in all fairness, I will be inclined to defer for 1 month. So I myself could take a better, deeper look at the application, okay? And then also you could have those meetings with your neighbors. I think a month can be obviously given. It would not add or subtract from your timeline. You've waited enough, so I would propose to defer for next month.
Let me, what were the options as far as the voting is concerned?
So per your code as well as Florida statutes, obviously you can approve with conditions, or you can deny. Your code also provides you the procedural motion if you want to defer as well. So you have those 4 options.
What is approved with conditions?
Approve with conditions, or deny, and then obviously if you have the procedural motion to defer.
Right, but as far as conditions are concerned, what are some of those conditions that are
Those
allowed?
conditions right now are stated in the documents before you, which are the 7 conditions that Amy went through one by one, as well as the applicant. Those are the conditions, unless there's additional conditions that are added by the commission. Again, keeping in mind that those conditions have to be those types of things that, unless they're required by the code, the applicant obviously would have to agree with.
And we would, if we can proceed this evening, we would proffer to meet with the residents
Yes.
immediately, right? If we would meet with them now and continue to meet with them and keep the dialogue going through the construction process. And that way, you can deliver the approval for the site plan that meets the code this evening, and we can continue to speak with them and address their concerns relating to the structural issues and engineering of the building and for the construction process.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Wait, Commissioner Joseph, go
Good
ahead.
evening. Isaac Toledano with BH Group. I'm with the applicant. Commissioner Jerry, did you try to ask one question to our neighbors why they didn't contact us to try to meet with us while this application is pending for a long time?
It wasn't their place.
Guys, one second.
It was the developer's place to contact them.
Just 1 second. We filed the application with the FAA. We got the approvals. We did everything that we're supposed to. Met with staff, received comments, answered the comments. We did everything that, by the way, you guys did to many other developers in the past. Other developers came in front of you with TDRs. We're not asking for anything that it's unique, that it's first time happening in Sunny Isles. I'm just trying to understand a little bit if we are getting a different treatment tonight.
No, it's not a different treatment. It's your place to contact the buildings around you to satisfy them.
So you're aware, I have reached out to Armani because I've tried to make amends with Armani, because if you don't know what goes on, we have a 558 settlement dispute with them. I've reached out to them and they will not meet with us. So they can say we haven't reached out to them. They have not returned a phone call.
Okay, So, look, I just want, again, for clarification, and I can tell you that I think now every single one of us has been here for site plan approval, and I think possibly every single one of us has stood up in opposition of a site plan approval before we were elected, and we obviously all live here, so we understand the implications. But at the same time, my concern is that I don't know what's going to change in a month. The site plan is a site plan, and if it's within the right, my concern is that we're prolonging it without any potential for a difference, because we don't have any specific issues besides the fact that we don't want the residents and their neighbors to be unhappy. But unfortunately, when every single one of your buildings are being built, your neighbors came out and were very unhappy. I can tell you that. Because I was one of those people as well. So I just want to get clarification. If we are making any recommendation or a motion to defer, that we're very clear as to what it is that we expect to change, and not just that less people are going to come next time.
Okay.
I'm speaking to the vice mayor so that we're
No,
clear.
so taking into consideration some of the concerns that the residents expressed, and obviously, some of the same arguments were made when the Armani Casa was when it came before us for our approval.
Right.
It's a monstrosity too, in my opinion. I've been here since the 1980s, and to me, I'm sorry to say this, but East of Collins, to me, the whole thing is a monstrosity. So that's the way it is. Okay. Now, do developers have a right to build? Yes, they have a right to build. You're within code. But I think that, and I keep referring to what happened in Surfside, I think there are very, very valid concerns where I think that a meeting with your neighbors should occur. And I think that a month, that we deferring this a month, will give sufficient time for you to meet with them, answer any questions. I trust that your experts are going to be able to address those questions. They addressed them here tonight. I'm satisfied with those, but I think that out of respect, and 1 month more, 1 month less, I think that 1 month will have more of a benefit than if we, let's say, approve it today. And I understand we're only approving this from a zoning and planning perspective. We're approving the actual project, not the building and the construction part of it, right? That's a whole separate phase, let's say. So in my opinion, and to be logical and fair, I think that if we defer it 1 month, I don't see how this can impact anything. I see more of a benefit. Yeah, go ahead.
With all due respect, we've entitled dozens of buildings and have not had a requirement to meet with our neighbors on any of these properties. And it's not that we don't want to. They don't want to talk to us a lot of the times. They basically don't want the project to happen, right? So the longer they delay it, the better the opportunity that the project may not happen.
Yeah.
So my point is, like you said, they had a lot of questions and concerns, of which they were answered by our representatives tonight. Nothing is going to change at that point.
We don't know. We don't know that.
Yeah, that's. Go ahead, Arthur.
Arthur Gallagher. I'm 18001 Collins Avenue here in Sunny Isles. I just want to make the record clear and make sure I understand something. The commission is asking us to do something that is not required by the code, right? It's making us go through an additional hump that's not required by the code and has never been asked by any other developer in the city to do so. Is that? I just want to make that clear. You're asking us to do something not required by the code that you've never asked another developer in the city to do. Is that what my understanding is?
What is that? To meet with the buildings around you?
I'm asking, are you asking us to do an additional act that is neither required by your code or been asked by any other developer previously in the city?
I don't know. Out of courtesy, has it occurred before that when there was a construction
I don't know, because
Commissioner, just a minute. I think we said out of courtesy, in all of our projects, we meet with the neighboring properties. But I'm asking clearly now for the record, is the commission asking us to do something, requiring us to do something that's neither required by the code or been asked previously by any other developer?
I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm saying
I think that was
that
the
the
request,
commission,
right?
that the commission for the residents should defer this hearing so that the residents have a chance for it to have their questions, or if they have additional studies, to present it to you to get the answers that they need to get. That's,
And again,
this is the last time that this comes before this commission.
The city code provides
After this, we're
for-
out of it.
As soon as you're done, when you're done, I'll answer.
Go ahead, Arthur.
Okay, so the code's pretty clear, I do believe, that there's a notice provision that requires us to deliver notice to the adjacent property owners and to affected property owners, providing a statutory period of time for which they can ask questions of the developer, do things, and make an appearance. Okay, we've met those requirements. I think the staff was pretty clear that notice was provided in accordance with the code, and we're here tonight in accordance with the timeline provided by the code. Yeah, second time it's provided. Yeah, we've provided notice twice because we were trying to come earlier in the city because of some of the problems, had to take the agenda item off the agenda. So we've provided the affected residents twice with the notice, months and months of time to ask questions of the developer and to do things. We've made ourselves available both to each of the commissioners. We met with you to answer your questions in advance of coming tonight. And tonight we're being asked, just for the clear of the record, to commit to do something that's not required by the code, has never been asked by another developer.
So I have a question.
One moment.
I
Let me just,
believe I was in a conversation,
1 second.
so I have a right to continue.
No, you're not recognized right now. I want to give the Vice Mayor an opportunity because I want to get clarity on what you were requesting.
So I was requesting to defer this for a month based on, obviously, the concerns that the neighboring towers have, okay? Now, this has not been asked before because we did not have a situation as what happened in Surfside before, okay? We have these reports, whether they are accurate or not accurate, okay, of subsidence, settlement, et cetera, right? I think that it is only fair, and I particularly don't see the issue of deferring it for a month. I don't know what that would entail for you guys, you know, for the developer. But I think that perhaps, you know, we defer for a month so some of these issues could be addressed, and then we move on. I understand that you're within your rights. To me, a lot of these concerns were addressed. I still have some questions, you know, and I would like to take an in-depth look at the application and everything else that was submitted. So I don't see the harm in delaying this for a month. And I absolutely understand that you've done everything to code, but I think that, you know, the residents have some concerns and some questions that,
and I appreciate that.
I'm sure that you're going to be able to address. Yeah.
I totally appreciate that. We brought our experts here tonight and actually paying them money to be here to answer these questions. So if they have questions about the Miami Herald articles, we paid these people to come and answer them. That's the purpose of being here tonight. I think at one point someone asked about the Herald articles. I think if you go back and read the articles in their entirety, they buried it at the bottom of the articles. It said specifically that they found that notwithstanding these questions of settlement, that they were never suggesting that the buildings weren't safe or safe for the adjacent properties. So it specifically quoted and stated in the articles, again, buried at the bottom, so maybe you didn't read those. So I think we've done everything. I think, you know, when we met in in person. Some of that question was raised particularly by you, and that's why we offered to have our experts here tonight. We specifically called and paid for them
And
to
I
come tonight to do
appreciate
that.
yeah.
We've been very patient, and again, understand maybe you guys didn't have sufficient time, but I think my understanding is this report for this, the staff, the timelines they set out and make themselves available to answer questions, and then when they give them materials is fairly consistent with what they've done for the last 20 years for all these projects. So nothing's really changed. My concern is I feel like for some reason we're being targeted as a developer, and I mean the systems in place by the city have been around for 20 years. The code is with the code. We've checked every box, dotted every I, crossed every T. We submitted the application a year ago. So we've been working with this, we met with the city and been working on the application for almost a year, and the only reason it's taken that long is because of some of the issues the city had, and they've deferred us 2 other times. And so I'm just concerned that we as a developer are being targeted for some reason and treated unfairly and been asked to do things not required by your code. I mean, this causes us really financial harm.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
This causes us financial harm. I mean, I know no one really cares about that, but it is causing us financial harm every time this is delayed. And so it's, again, I'm happy to try to cooperate with you guys, but at this point we've cooperated for a long time, and we'd like for you guys to approve our project since it meets the code.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
So the publication that you did, there's a certain amount of days of notice. How long is that
I don't know. I think
period?
the city actually is 10 days.
How long is that
It's
period?
10 days, and we originally filed the notice.
When?
We put it in the mail, and we originally filed the first one.
So
and when?
Does it run
in
out
November?
tomorrow? When does it run?
Yeah, I
when
think.
when does it
again,
run?
I think I'm not sure it's your code. And you can ask our lawyers this question, but I think it's 10 days from the time the notice was provided. But again, we filed. We provided. I'm sorry.
Is today the last day?
Today the last day.
responses?
Well, you give notice
What
of a
is-
meeting, right? You give notice of a meeting. That's what it is.
Okay.
We were part of a notice, I think, that took place in November. So notice so that residents have known for several months that this was taking place.
But in order for the buildings on either side of you to answer, are they in compliance if they answer tonight? If they need more time, if they tell you they need more time
I
tonight?
think the way the code works is they're giving notice of the project in the hearing, and they're given the opportunity to attend and ask questions and state their opinion. So that's been satisfied by what's happened here
But
tonight.
if they have reports that I'm not privy to, but I was told they have reports, how would you answer those without having the time to meet with them and see what they have that they require answering?
I'm not sure understand that question. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure. I haven't seen any reports. Our understanding is those reports are about the structure of the building. It's kind of hard for them to even do that because we haven't designed the building yet. I mean, there's the structure and the foundations and all those things. Those would be.
But that's what I'm saying.
But that's part of the
tonight-
process of a building permit, not a site plan approval.
After tonight, this process is out of the hands of the commission. It goes back to the building department, where we have no.
That's the way your code sets it
I
up.
understand. But,
That's the way the
but I
laws. That's the
understand
way
that.
you're supposed
Yes.
to act as a commissioner in compliance with your
Correct.
code.
Yes, I understand that. But I'm here as a commissioner to represent the residents.
Okay.
So for me, I sit here in order for the residents to be protected. I'm not here to give a developer their Sunny Isles day, like the mayor did, okay, who she's answering for tonight.
Okay.
Okay?
Listen.
Okay? But,
I am,
okay, so
Commissioner
where the-
Joseph,
where the
listen,
mayor-
this is what I'm going to say.
Where-
You're out of order.
I'm not
we
out of
are
order.
not going
I'm
to.
saying the truth.
No, we are
So,
not
okay.
going to have any
No.
personal attacks.
So,
You're out
no,
of order.
But we're here for the mayor to take control of the commission and watch out for the residents, which she is not doing. She has not spoken up for the residents once tonight. Okay? So I am here to represent the residents to say that this absolutely needs to be deferred for a month or 2 months or whatever it is. If they happen to have other concerns that I'm not privy to, because I have not seen their reports, it could be that they have something that is earth-shattering that might take more time. okay? And then they would come back to us and say, Commission, we have something that the developers cannot answer, and we need more time. So
one moment, I'd like the city attorney to give some
I feel
direction.
compelled.
I think we're going off topic here.
Yeah, I
we're
feel
not
compelled.
going off on any tangent.
If I may, I have a responsibility to you as the municipal body. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. We are sort of straying from the topic. That only, the applicant has excellent lawyers on their side. I'm not going to telegraph anything nor suggest anything or put words in their mouths. But this level of discussion is not helping you, it's helping them. And I'll leave it at that. To the extent that we are making references to this Miami Herald report, again, that does not deal with this level of approval here with the zoning. And I understand the concerns, but I just, as your attorney, have to tell you that it does not pertain to the issues that are actually for consideration before you today.
I don't know what you're making reference to the Miami Herald report. I don't know what their reports have that it. I don't know. Do you know that?
They deal with construction, and construction is not an issue today. And that's my only caution to you. Again,
Okay.
you all are the ones to make the decisions, and you can proceed with the options that you have. But as your attorney, I have to just make the record straight and try to caution you to steer you in the right direction so that your record reflects and can be supported of your decision.
For me, the only right thing to do is to defer this hearing for a month at least, in order for all of the questions to be answered and for the buildings to come back to us and say, yes, we're ready to go, or not.
May I, Jerry, it does not depend on the neighbors, because
Well,
they could probably say no.
You don't know
There-
also what reports.
No,
they
but
have.
that's what I'm saying. For me, a month will be fair.
Okay,
You delay it
so
a month.
let's do it a month.
And there's
Yes,
concerns. Now,
so-
it is our job to either deny or approve, okay? But I just want to be fair, so any issues that may come up can be addressed, by the neighbors. Now, the neighbors are probably going to say always, do not build, I
It's
mean,
not a
that.
matter of do not build.
No,
We
no,
know
no, but
that
I'm
they-
saying that, no, but
Commissioner Joseph.
what I'm trying to say is that their concerns could be addressed, and they may not believe it, or they could always come back to saying, we don't want the building, regardless, right? And which is fine,
that's-
which
that
is fine. I didn't want any
They
of the
know that
buildings
doesn't
on east of
fly.
Collins,
They're
I've been
wasting
here
their
since
time as well.
1984. Huh?
They're wasting time as well. I'm sorry, are you being paid by the building? So they have
But
attorneys that pay you as
listen,
well.
listen.
They
What
don't
I'm
wanna
saying
waste
is
their
that
money.
it's not up to the neighbors, then we're giving them time. I propose we give them a month so they can meet.
Fine. I'm
And
fine
any
with a
issues
month.
about
Thank
drilling,
you.
about construction,
Yes.
about any damages to the adjacent buildings
Good.
are addressed.
So-
That is it. It
Vi-
doesn't depend on
Vice Mayor,
them.
Vice
We
Mayor,
approve-
if I
yeah.
may,
Yeah.
one of our neighbors, I believe Ocean 2, or, he wants to know who's going to clean his windows. I proffer here that we will work out an agreement, whether it's
I
for,
trust
it's,
you.
whe-
I
it's
trust
whether
you.
either for
Yeah.
us to proffer money to their association for
Yeah.
them to clean it.
That's,
No, I understand, but
No.
these are, but my
That's one
point,
of-
my point is, these are all things that, what we call a good neighbor agreement.
All right,
No,
okay,
And that's-
I'm
and that's
going
my
to
point.
remind
They
everyone
want
one
more
at a
than
time.
month to
let's not
negotiate,
muddle-
and not,
we can't
and,
muddle the issues with that.
and that has nothing to do with the site plan approval.
Yeah. No.
Ma'am.
Okay. I'm just hoping we have a third logical person on the commission that is willing to give the residents another month.
All right.
I don't see the issue.
Commissioner
Mike.
Joseph, my point is, I'm already proffering that I'm going to have these conversations with how we handle construction maintenance. That is a good neighbor agreement. That has nothing to do with the site plan approval process.
I understand. We have all
That
the
won't be
time.
resolved now.
We have things all the time that come before us that go sour, okay? Once we agree to if we agree to this tonight, it's out of our hands. I want to have
You're-
control
you're
as long as I
voting on-
can to protect the residents.
You're voting, that What you're asking has nothing to do with, you're voting on whether we meet the site plan criteria. Not whether we have met with the neighbors for a good neighbor agreement to handle construction maintenance. There's no report that they can generate that has any sort of credibility.
I don't know that. I haven't
I'm
seen
telling
what
you
they
there
have.
isn't,
I
because
have
if
not
we
met
haven't
with them.
designed our foundations, there's
Well-
nothing that they could produce that would be a relevant document.
A month,
So
okay, a month is not going to hold you up
it is holding
at
us
all.
up.
Well, I'm willing to give the residents a month. I hope there's there's one other commissioner on this commission that will see it the way I do.
I think we're being treated completely unfair and completely. It hasn't been done before, but you're making an example of us, and
Okay.
I guess we'll see.
All right, so let's, Vice Mayor,
Yeah, I mean,
are you making a motion?
yeah, I'd like to make a motion
and I'll
to-
second it.
to-
What's your motion?
Again, I would like to make a motion to defer this item to next month, to be fair to all parties, and see if somebody seconds it.
Okay.
I will second it.
City Clerk, could we just get the specific date on that, please?
Yes, 1 second. So the motion is to defer the application to February 19th at 6:30.
We need one more vote.
Mauricio?
You want to do a roll call? Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant?
No.
Commissioner Viscara?
I'm gonna say yes, but I'll tell you, my concern is that you might otherwise end up here with a no, and then you're gonna give us a big lawsuit, which is gonna delay you more than 30 days. And then we're gonna get a big legal bill because you're gonna have a very strong case. And then we're still gonna get a big building. So I think 30 days is reasonable, okay? Yes.
I like to, I'm a yes as well, and yeah, those are exactly my sentiments. I'm just trying to be fair to all residents. I think a month will be reasonable, given the environment and you know, building concerns, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, I'm satisfied with the answers that you gave me. I'm just giving, you know, some of the residents, you know, some time to obviously have some of these concerns addressed. So, yeah. And I understand. I mean, there's so basically, I mean, for just to give you a little bit of background and the way our zoning has been done, there's no height limits on the east of Collins. Okay. That's the way our comp plan was done by previous administrations. Unfortunately, some of us don't like that. You know, we don't agree with it, but it is what it is. You know, when we sit here, we need to abide by the law, okay? And the applicant right now is within the constraints or within the frames of the law, okay? So, you know, we, in a way, have to, you know, navigate those issues, okay? And we need to abide by the law, like the city attorney said. And it's unfortunate that, you know, when the comp plan was designed and all the land development rights were designed, and specifically for the east, right on the sand, you know, these buildings were permitted to be built. So we cannot stop, we cannot say no here, when next door you have an Armani that it was a huge building. You're coming down the causeway and you see this huge building and you're like, what's going on here? So you need to take that into consideration as well. The Armani was built because the law and our comp plan allows it to be built. This building most likely is going to get built unless something happens, extraordinary happens, and it won't get built. but they are within their rights to build that. You know, that's what our comp plan states. Now, where we have to hold the line is on the west side of Collins, okay? That's where we hold the line. And we're in the process of, you know, fixing our comp plan and doing other things to mitigate some of the impact of, you know, construction does not conform to, you know, what the city is now. So, you know, I think out of fairness, 1 month, I know it's got an impact on the applicant, but I think it's a give and take, okay? And that's why, you know, I think it's the right decision. Yeah.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I just want to say, you know, we will reach out to the associations and the management offices tomorrow, but there is a chance that they will not meet with us, right? There's a lawsuit happening, and there, you know, as Eric said, he's made efforts, and we don't get a response. So, and that is in a different context in certain respects, but I just want to put on the record that we will make our best efforts to have these meetings, but if they don't happen, you know, I just want that to be understood that we do intend to move forward next month. And I also want to make sure that it's understood that the project meets the code and will not be changing. So what you will see tonight is what you will see next month. The only difference will be that we will have attempted and hopefully have met with these two buildings and their constituents.
And I would like to meet with the applicant again. I do have some additional questions. I mean, it is hard to, you know, approve a project of this magnitude when you get the information not even a week before. So a lot of times, you know, it takes you 2-3 days to kind of let things simmer in your brain, and then, you know, unfortunately, some of my most concerning questions come the day before or right on the day, just because we're not giving ample time. And that's something that we need to address with staff as well, trying to see how we could get briefed as conversations with these applicants take place. So, yeah, we need to implement a better system, I think, for us as commissioners to be able to process all this information, which is a lot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I have one other question, if you don't mind.
I'm so sorry, Mayor, if I can interrupt. We can't move forward yet.
Yeah,
We still just need to finish.
Right, exactly.
So just for the record, Vice Mayor, you're a yes, and Mayor Svechin.
I want to say that to regrettably, you know, nothing's going to change next month, meaning that I don't want to send the message that deferring it a month is going to all of a sudden make this a different building. And it gives a false hope to people that all of a sudden that it's going to look very different. And I can tell you that, to Vice Mayor's point, although I do think Armani is a beautiful building, it is huge. It is, you know, like so many of the other ones. So we cannot be treating applicants differently just based on the fact that we feel like it. We have a legal obligation to protect everyone's property rights, just like we did with the Armani, just like previous commissions did with Ocean 2, 1 and 2. So I'm a no on the deferral for that reason.
Okay, so
Okay.
the motion to defer passes.
Okay.
3-2.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I
very
have
much.
one
We
other
will see you
question
next
answered? Or
Please,
four?
it's 10
Okay.
o'clock.
So now that I understand that there might end up being a lack of parking in the end, how are you looking to deal with the fact?
So Commissioner Joseph, this item is now deferred, so it's done.
The
All
hearing
right,
is,
we
the
can
hearing is
answer
over.
this
Done.
question
The
for you in February.
Yes.
We're
When
going
we
to
pick- when we
take a
reopen the
5-minute
hearing.
adjournment. Okay. You want to make that proposition? Go ahead. All right. Mr. City Clerk, I think that you
Okay.
have done at the beginning. Go ahead. Which item are we on, please?
So we are now going to go to ordinance for first reading.
6A?
6A is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, amending Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Section 14-18, entitled Settlement Procedures, to amend and clarify procedures for the reduction of fines, liens, and penalties.
Okay.
providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Okay. Who's up?
Me.
Please, go ahead, Ms.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Late last year, you all approved some changes to Chapter 14. It was a large item. And after further review, we have one small change to that. It's in Section K, changing the how potential reductions would be approved by the city manager if they were to be approved.
Okay. Do we have any public speakers, Mauricio?
No, ma'am.
I'll take any questions or comments from the commission. Take a motion.
So moved.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So what does that mean that will be used for reductions? I'd like to know.
I'm sorry, repeat the question. What does it mean?
If someone comes to you requesting a reduction in the fine,
I can answer.
how do you deal with it?
Go ahead.
It first goes to the code department for review to ensure that they have complied.
Okay.
That's the first thing. Then they have to fill out a form where they explain the extenuating circumstances of why they're requesting a reduction. So based on that, I make a recommendation that then goes through the city attorney, and the special magistrate is the final hearer of that.
Right. But within your consideration, you look at how many times and for how many months they didn't pay attention to the fine, correct?
100%.
And didn't alleviate it.
Yes, and it all depends on their past and working with us to try to rectify the violation, but also what the violation is.
Right. Okay.
So
that's also a part of the consideration.
Yes. So, for example, if there's some buildings that they have fines for the 40-year recertification that we know takes a very long time, I take that into consideration.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Vizcarra. Need a
Second.
Mauricio?
Commissioner Stuyvesant? Commissioner Vizcarra?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lama?
Yes.
Mayor Svechen?
Yes.
The ordinance passes on first reading. Second reading will be scheduled for February.
Okay, 6B.
6B is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach amending ordinance number 2025-635, approving budget amendment number BA 2526-01 to the city's operating capital improvement budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, authorizing the city manager to do all things necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for an effective date.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, this budget amendment is mostly made up of fund balance carryovers and purchase order carryovers from the prior fiscal year.
Okay. Any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from the commission? I'll take a motion, please.
Motion.
Second.
Commissioner Vizcarra?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lama?
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant? Mayor Svechen?
Yes.
Ordinance passes on first reading. Second reading will be in February.
Okay.
We're now in resolutions. 9D, as in David. So resolution ratifying the Fourth and Fifth Amendments and approving a Sixth Amendment to the agreement with the Coordino Group for Planning and Zoning Services.
Go ahead, Amy.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is a resolution to ratify the Fourth and Fifth Amendments to the Coordino Group contract and approve the Sixth Amendment. The Coordino Group provides the city with professional planning and consulting services, including civil and traffic engineering on an as-needed basis. The Fourth and Fifth Amendments were for one-year term renewals, so they were processed administratively, but we're bringing that forward to you now for transparency purposes. The Sixth Amendment will renew the contract for its final one-year term and increase the compensation by $20,000. This brings the contract total not to exceed $460,950. I'm available if you have questions.
Thank you. Are there any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any comments or questions from the commission? Take
No.
a motion, please.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item, please.
9E is a resolution approving a community aesthetic feature agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation for the design, installation, and maintenance of 3 local identification markers known as the entry signage on State Road 856, William Lehman Causeway, and State Road A1A, Collins Avenue.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, this item is for the Community Aesthetic Feature Agreement with FDOT to replace 3 of the welcome signs that are located within their right-of-way. Those are the welcome signs on the eastbound ramp for the Lehman Causeway and 2 in the Collins Avenue medians on the north and south sides of the city. In 2024, the Commission approved the conceptual designs for their replacements. The signs are in need of replacement because they are in disrepair and outdated with our current branding. So this is the FDOT's new process for installation of welcome signs that we have to follow. Attached to the memo was the Community Aesthetic Feature Agreement, and it states that the design, installation, maintenance, and removal are all at the city's expense. To finalize the agreement, we have to have a resolution by the city that indicates we understand it is our full financial responsibility for the signage and indicate who will have the authority to actually execute the agreement. So in the resolution, it states that the city manager will have the authority to execute the agreement in substantially the same form as to what is attached to the agenda memo.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from the commission? Take a motion, please.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
F.
Excuse me.
F.
Yes, I know. I just lost my agenda. 1 second. 9F is a resolution approving a second amendment to the agreement with Green Facilities, Inc.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is the company that we're using for carpet and floor maintenance throughout our buildings.
Okay. Do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Questions from the commission?
No.
Take a motion, please.
Motion.
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
9G is a resolution approving a project agreement with Keith and Associates to provide construction administration services for the construction of the Intercoastal Sports Park.
Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is the company that provides engineering and construction administration for our Intercoastal Sports Park.
Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Questions from the commission?
Yes.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, so I would like to, at this time, request from the city manager to receive a report regarding all expenses to the Intercoastal Sports Park from the outset, any change orders, and any communication with the contractors regarding those change orders.
Okay.
Okay. Take a
Thank you.
motion.
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next item.
9H is a resolution approving a second amendment to the agreement with Exquisite Catering by Robert to provide catering services for the city's 29th anniversary event. And before the city manager goes into this item, the resolution has a few typos. It's for the 29th instead of the 28th, the way that it shows in the resolution.
Okay.
So it's the 29th city's anniversary.
Got it.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is the company that we use to provide catering for our city anniversary.
Do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from the commission?
No.
I have a question.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
what it says 2 city anniversaries on the same contract year?
That's because we moved it to February this year.
Okay, but we're talking fiscal years.
No, we're talking
calendar
about
years,
contract year.
which
So,
goes from where to when?
the contract was originally entered into, I'm sorry, I'm looking this up.
Okay, the thing is that clearly I'm gonna oppose that,
March.
considering like the conversation that we have early today, open bidding could serve, give us a better rate. We are right now paying $26.29 per person. That is
an extreme amount of money, considering that last year they could not even provide the menu that we asked for. They could not provide the French fries, etc. So there are so many other ways that we could be servicing the people. We could be inviting different food trucks, giving the people vouchers to get the food that they want there, etc. Anyway, we are doing this party for free, and to be spending that amount of money in an evening, almost $90,000 without bidding, without seeing what is out there in the market, doesn't make any sense. So I'm not for this.
For clarification, this item was bid, and we only had 2 bidders. This is there was a renewal.
Exactly. So we could go for bid again, or maybe not like we do. No, we are always our
But
bidding
again,
process.
we're too late.
No,
There's
no,
no
why?
time.
Who decided that it's going to be in February?
Well, I know. So this is
Okay,
all,
So there is time.
it's all pre-thought. I mean,
Okay.
you have to consider these beforehand.
Okay, we can
Look
vote
where
it
we
against
are
it. You don't
now.
have to go with it.
Well,
Because the original contract had renewal options that you approved, so those were just exercised, that's all.
Thank
If you want, you can go back out to bid, but they have remaining renewals on their contract, which.
Which on its own doesn't make sense to give 5 years contract.
No, and that's fine, it's just that's what was approved in the contract.
Yeah.
That's what the commission approved.
Okay. So the commission approved the contract? And when
For
is it,
1 year.
when is it up?
No, the contract, the original contract was entered into in April of 2024, and it was for, the initial.
For 1 year with 4
1 year thereafter
possible
with-
renewals.
Right, so you approved 4 renewals, and those renewals have come to you.
Each time?
Yes, when there's a renewal, whether there's compensation or not, those are amendments, and they come to you.
When was the last renewal?
You had
Last year.
you had
Last
a
year,
first-
which includes this particular event, that
Okay.
is the second one in the same renewal period.
Yeah, the first amendment was March 25th, 2025, which exercised one of those renewal options. And then this is the second amendment from that.
So when are we able to go out to bid?
You can go out to bid whenever time
Tomorrow.
those,
Okay, and you said that
The-
we had two bids?
When we went out to bid last time, yes, we only had 2 submissions.
Two
Yes,
submissions.
Thank you.
Okay.
typically the
And
renewal
the other one
options,
was considerably higher.
Okay.
typically the renewal options aren't mandatory, they're to your discretion,
Mhm.
so you don't have to renew.
Got
So
it.
if you want to go out to bid, you can.
So basically, we're spending $250,000 in 1 contract year for free food for the people, not including the French fries.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll take a motion.
So move.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
No.
Aye.
Just to clarify, is that just one person opposed?
I'll say no as well.
Resolution passes 3-2.
Next item.
9I is a resolution terminating the existing agreement with Bertoli Trading Corporation for vending machine services and approving an agreement with Compass Group USA to provide vending machine services.
Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, the company we were using is called Bertoli. That company was sold to Compass Group USA. They provide our vending machine services, and we receive a 27% revenue off the vending machines.
All right. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right. Any comments? I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item.
9J is a resolution approving the selection of United Healthcare as a provider of employee health insurance, United Healthcare as United Healthcare Dental as a provider of dental insurance, IMED as a provider of vision care, Mutual of Omaha as a provider of life insurance, accidental death and dismemberment insurance, long-term disability insurance, voluntary short-term disability insurance, and voluntary life insurance for a period of 1 year.
Any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any comments?
No.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. City Manager?
No.
Okay. I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
9K is resolution correcting a scrivener's error in resolution 2025-3782 to reflect the correct not to exceed amount for the payment of insurance premiums. Mayor and Commissioners, this item, as it says, it's to correct the scrivener's errors that we found in the resolution that approved the health insurances for last year. Basically, the insurance, while it reflected all the premiums, the final total amount did not reflect those premiums. So if you look at the memorandum, it's a breakdown of what each premium cost the city for a total not to exceed amount of a little over $480,000 that wasn't accounted for in that resolution.
Okay. Mr. City Manager?
Oh, nothing to add. We're just correcting a scrivener's error.
Got it. Any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any comments from the commission?
No.
The motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Guys are running out of steam. Next item.
9L is a resolution ratifying a lease agreement with Toshiba Business Solutions for 5 copiers.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, you had given me prior approval to enter into basically form agreement with Toshiba, and this is that actual agreement.
Okay. Any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any comments from the commission?
I would like to know how much per box it comes out to that we're getting paper from Toshiba.
We can get that for you.
Per 10 reams, I would like to know what our price is currently.
Per 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a box, so the breakdown.
Just as a point of information, the existing copiers cost us currently $982 per month. The new copiers will cost us $900 per month.
Thank you.
Yes, but that doesn't include the paper, does it?
It does.
It does. It
That
does.
includes that includes as much paper as we need to use?
Yes, we purchase paper separately through Staples for individual copiers and the copiers not on this lease.
Okay. So if we didn't have the paper included, how much would the copiers be per month?
I'll have to find that out for you.
Please.
I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next item, please.
9M is a resolution approving the issuance of a proclamation recognizing January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And just for the record, Commissioner Joseph was added as a co-sponsor.
Yes, thank you.
We do this every year, and I know that everyone's tired, but if you can just let me read it into the record, I think I would appreciate it. I'm losing my voice a little bit. And thank you for co-sponsoring, Commissioner Joseph.
Pleasure.
Whereas International Holocaust Remembrance Day is observed annually on January 27th, the anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration and extermination camp, to honor the memory of the 6 million Jewish men, women, and children, as well as millions of other innocent victims who were systematically persecuted and murdered by the Nazi regime and its collaborators during the Holocaust. And whereas the Holocaust stands as one of the darkest chapters in human history and serves as a solemn reminder of the consequences of unchecked hatred, anti-Semitism, discrimination, and indifference. And whereas in 2005, the United Nations General Assembly designated January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day to encourage education, remembrance, and reflection in order to prevent future acts of genocide and crimes against humanity. And whereas the city of Sunny Isles Beach is a diverse and inclusive community that values human dignity, mutual respect, and the protection of fundamental human rights for all people, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, or background. And whereas the Remembering the Holocaust honors the victims and survivors, preserves historical truth, and reinforces the moral responsibility of present and future generations to confront hatred, bigotry, and intolerance wherever they arise. And whereas the city is committed to fostering understanding, promoting tolerance, and standing against anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred through education, civic engagement, and community dialogue. Now, therefore, do I, Larissa, as mayor, and on behalf of the city of Sunny Isles Beach and the entire commission, hereby proclaim January 27, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of Sunny Isles Beach. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that also in memory of my lost relatives that I never got to meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right. Any questions or comments from the commission? I'll take a motion, please.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item.
9N is a resolution approving the issuance of a proclamation recognizing March 8th, 2026 as International Women's Day.
I'm doing this a little bit in advance, hoping to get ahead of it. International Women's Day, and again, we do this every year. I'm glad that we do, and I think the entire commission has always supported this. International Women's Day is celebrated annually on March 8th to recognize the achievements of women in social, economic, cultural, and political spheres, and to highlight their enduring impact on communities and nations around the world. And whereas women have played and continue to play a critical role in shaping history, advancing innovation, strengthening families, and contributing to the progress and well-being of society. And whereas International Women's Day also serves as an opportunity to reaffirm a shared commitment to gender equality, women's empowerment, and the elimination of barriers that limit opportunities for women and girls. And whereas the city of Sunny Isles Beach is a diverse and inclusive community that values equity, respect, and opportunity for all residents, and recognizes the important contributions of women in civic leadership, public service, business, education, healthcare, and community life. And whereas honoring International Women's Day reflects the city's commitment to fostering an environment in which women and girls are encouraged to lead, innovate, and thrive. Now, therefore, do I, Larissa Svechin, as mayor, and on behalf of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim March 8th, 2026 as International Women's Day in the City of Sunny Isles Beach. Do we have any public speakers? Okay.
No.
Any comments from the commission?
No.
Take a motion, please.
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Item, please.
9O is a resolution approving the issuance of proclamations requested by city administration.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, these are we want to put together a group of proclamations that we're going to issue this upcoming year for you to approve, essentially. So I guess we don't have to bring each one. Right about that?
Correct. Yes, and we're also adding one that I didn't include, which is Community Resource Day on March 12th, 2026.
March 12th.
What was that one? Repeat that?
Family Resource Night. Family Resource Day.
Family Resource Day. And I asked her in the agenda review if we can maybe get one of these
Yes,
for us
we
as
will.
well, so that way, okay. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any comments from the commission?
On another issue, I would just like to verify with the city manager that on the first Sunday of May, we have Jewish Solidarity Day. That do we have on the calendar to celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. So what do we have planned on there and on the budget? We have at Gateway to have the entire Jewish community and other residents that would like to join us, that we hope will join us to celebrate that day.
We're still in the planning stages for that, but yes, we're putting it together.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll take a motion, please.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next item.
Okay, so now we're on to the add-on items from Commissioner Vizcarra. So with the following, excuse me, I'm sorry, yes, there's one more. 9P, a resolution approving the nomination of Jennifer Vizcarra as Vice Mayor.
So, and I know that it's late, and I know that there was a significant amount of time spent on this item last month when I wasn't here, but I do want to just take an opportunity because I know I sent a memo, but I didn't get to say this in person. I am nominating Commissioner Vizcarra, who I've known for many years. I've known actually all of you for many years. I regard you highly. I think that it's very important. As we all know, chairing a meeting and following the rules and keeping decorum is really one of the most important things you could do as a chair. And I would be very comfortable, very honored, and very happy if you served as the vice mayor. So I'm making that nomination. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to say something if you don't mind.
Let me just see if there's any public comment.
No, ma'am.
Okay, of course, go ahead.
Yes. So, in all fairness, and nothing against Commissioner Vizcarra or future Vice Mayor, Jennifer Viscara, myself, Commissioner Lama, Commissioner Viscara have already been Vice Mayor. I think just in the manner of fairness, we should have Commissioner Stuyvesant be the Vice Mayor. And I'm asking Commissioner Viscara, even though I know how badly she might want to be Vice Mayor, to, in fairness, to defer to Commissioner Stuyvesant.
Well, I appreciate that, but that's not the way this process works. I make that nomination. So I'll take a motion.
I just want to put on the record that I'm requesting an opinion and possible investigation from the State Attorney's Office, the Commission on Ethics and Public Trust, and the Florida Bar. I had copies for you guys, but I lost them today, so I will have to give it to you through the city clerk. In regards to violations of the city's governing documents and Florida statutes. So you will be receiving those.
Thank you. So I'll get a motion, take a motion.
So moved.
Need a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I oppose.
Are you opposed as well?
Okay.
Resolution passes 3-2.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor. All right, add-on items?
Congratulations, Jennifer.
Add-on
I did not
items.
oppose for anything against you.
I know.
She knows that.
Okay, so the next 10 items are all related to proposed legislation that is at the state legislature at the moment. I'm going to read all titles together, however, they can be discussed individually, but they can be voted all in one single vote instead of going one by one.
Okay.
Oh, Mauricio, I need to leave, so I just go? Okay. Good night, everybody.
We'll need to know what the votes, I mean, if we read them all, how they're going to vote on it.
So we'll read them all, we'll grouping them all together. They can discuss them. And if there's, let's say, for example, there's one that they don't want to support or oppose, they can take that out and we'll
So
have a
we're going to
motion.
remove it from the agenda rather than vote on it?
No, it'll still be voted on, it's just separately. So we'll have a motion to approve the ones that they want to move forward with and ones that they're going to oppose.
Is that enough? Is that clear?
Go ahead.
We have a good theory. We have a good.
All right,
working
let's
theory.
try this out and see how it goes. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. City Clerk.
So we have 9Q. It's a resolution expressing support for the Florida House Bill 465 and Florida Senate Bill 822. 9R is a resolution expressing support for Florida House Bill 217, Florida Senate Bill 218. 9S is a resolution expressing support for Florida Senate Bill 840.
Mauricio, if I can just stop you, can you read the title of the bills?
Sure, Mayor. Give me 1 second. Okay, so.
And can we just say the companion bills so that we don't have to say for the Senate and do you have a
Sure.
preference? Vice Mayor, do you have a preference for Senate or House?
It's not you anymore, Alex.
I'm talking
It's not
to-
you anymore.
talking to-
Actually, he's still
Just-
vice
just
mayor.
read
He's still Vice Mayor, all right, so.
Whatever.
Okay, so 9Q is a resolution supporting Florida House Bill 465 and its companion bill relating to community association management.
Mm-hmm.
9R is, excuse me, supporting House Bill 27 and companion bill related to land use regulations. 9S is support for Florida Senate Bill 840 related to local governments affected by natural disasters. Nine T is support for House Bill 1035. related to nature-based coastal resiliency solutions. 9U is opposing Florida House Bill 145 and its companion bill related to claims and suits against government. 9V is opposing Florida House Bill 1251 related to expenditure of public funds by local governments. 9W opposing Florida House Joint Resolutions 201, 203, and 205 related to ad valorem tax constitutional amendments. 9X is opposing House Bill 399 and its companion bill related to ad valorem tax constitutional amendments. And finally, 9Y. Excuse me, I have one more after that. Opposing House Bill 103 and its companion bills related to ad valorem tax constitutional amendments. And now 9Z. Excuse me, 9Y was opposing House Bill 103 and its companion bills related to local business taxes. I apologize. And 9Z is opposing House Bill 605 related to prohibited uses of public funds by political subdivisions.
So this was the theory. Thank you, Mauricio. But you did them in an order other than how I have it in my notes. So where does it start? 9Q?
9Q. So I can read off the bills for you. 465.
Right. So 965 is, 9Q, which is 465. That's something the FLC supports, which is basically saying that condos that have an annual revenue of more than $500,000 should have a professional professional manager. So would you like to include that in our priorities? Do we, yes or no?
Anyone a no?
So we're good with that one?
No.
If you have more than $500,000 of revenue as a condo association, you need to have a professional managing you.
Anyone a no?
We're
Yes,
good. So
I
we'll
agree
include
with
that in
that.
the priority. So
Yes.
9Q is a yes.
Yes.
What comes after Q? R?
Why don't you just ask if anyone opposes? That makes it easier.
Well, because it depends on the position the FLC
Okay.
takes.
Okay.
Okay, so 9R, land use regulations, 9R and 9S, they're cleanup bills for the SB 180 from last year, and the FLC supports.
I would just,
Yes?
I would ask you defer those because we are in litigation regarding SB 180. And to the extent that we are advocating a certain resolution or a certain relief to SB 180, I don't want to compromise what
So we
we're
are
arguing in the case.
removing them, you see, that's why we're removing those
So
from
I'll
priorities.
check with plaintiff's counsel, lead plaintiff's counsel, to see if they have an issue with us supporting FLC's, support of this. But, and I'll get
Okay.
back to you.
We can tackle that another day. What RST is, which one was T? Oh, that's the nature-based coastal resiliency, very much like the one we had last year, that cleared all its committees and then it died. So it's coming back. FLC supports. We supported it last year, so we're good. 9T.
And what is that? That takes also into account the printable walls, is that it?
It encourages it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it encourages. It's an environmental thing.
They don't have much of a history, though, do they?
What?
The seawall, the printable seawalls?
There's a relatively new thing,
Yeah.
but
So we don't know
it is
how they
like
stand up.
10:45, and I just want to know if you
Okay.
support or
Well-
Yeah,
if
we're
you're
good.
with
We're
it.
supporting.
FLC, thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
All right. What comes after T? U. This is the suits against government. Same thing. They're trying to raise the caps. There's two versions. The House bill actually started the session having passed all its, and that's a crazy one. The Senate bill is better, and we're opposing.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
In
9U
agreement.
is like go. UV, Opposing the expenditure of public funds by local governments. This is a home rule issue. It prohibits local governments from hiring, contracting with lobbyists to lobby. So they don't want us to have lobbyists. So respectfully, we disagree.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are good with opposing.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, 9V. W. Those are the tax bills that are saying that they want us to remove, oh my God, I'm like the homestead taxes. So these are grouped together, the ad valorem taxes, the property taxes. The FLC is opposing. These would, in my opinion, there's like no data. Like we don't know how this is going to affect us
How to
across the
affect us,
state.
yeah.
So they're opposing that. It's super anti-home rule. And the only carve out, I might say, even though they're opposing that, I think maybe we just leave it alone for now, is the one for 65 years and
65 and
over if
over.
you're homesteaded. This is the FLC's agenda.
I have to say I'm all
I would
for
like
that
to
one.
remove that. So I would like to remove the 65 plus and then adopt the opposition for the rest, because we just don't have the data yet. But,
I'm fine with that.
okay, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, the idea of getting rid of property taxes for people that have homesteads sounds good, but we don't have the data yet.
No, and remember, it's statewide. So even if we can survive the hit, you don't know how that's going to affect El Portal or Miami
little
Shores.
cities or Biscayne Park or,
Or some town in the middle of Florida. You just don't know.
yeah.
So I would ask that we adopt their position for the 201 and 203, well, for all, whatever, except for the 65 plus. I think that might stand a chance. Okay.
All right, I'm not in support of that, but you guys have the majority, so it's.
All right, so we're good with 9W, minus the 65 plus. 9X was the 208, Alex, Mauricio, I don't have that in my notes. Which one was the 208?
Land development regulation.
Okay, and that's, we support that? We oppose that? Why can't, no, I don't have it.
I'm sorry, so that's the one that would take away our ability to
Oh, here it is, sorry.
charge. Yeah.
I have it. It's just buried. It prohibits local government building. Oh, this is the permit fees. This is the terrible one. This is like the worst one. It would be, so it would basically, it would like destroy our current structure, which is uniform, and it doesn't actually tell us what we're supposed to replace it with. So major home rule in this issue.
Anything anti-home rule, we have to
I have a quick question, Commissioner Viscar. Are any of these items sponsored by any of our representatives or our senator?
Do you know that I don't look at that?
Okay.
I don't care who sponsors it. I only care what the issue is.
No, I understand that. I say that because I believe last year we were in support or opposed to something, and I got a request from our representative that if we do oppose something that he's presenting, for us to speak to him directly. So if we do, I just want to make sure that we speak to him directly.
That's fine. I don't look at it.
Okay.
I don't know if these are from Democrats or Republicans. I don't care.
No, I mean our representatives.
I get it,
Yeah.
but because I don't look, I don't know.
Okay.
But I should, but I don't.
Because they're willing to make changes to it based on our input, is my point.
I got the same call. Okay, so 9X was, we're
Permits.
putting it, we're opposing it according to the FLC. And what's next? 9Y is local business taxes. We'd like to be able to do what we would like. So that, again, that's them telling us we can't tax. So that's a home rule issue. We're good with that one?
I am good with that.
Yes.
Okay, so 9Y makes it. And 9Z is them telling us what we can do with our, who we can support in terms of nonprofits. So,
We don't
like
support any nonprofits.
home rule. Well, I mean, it's not clear to me whether that includes donations or sponsorships. It just says funding. And either way, if it's a home rule issue, like why are you
Yes,
telling us how
then
to spend the money?
Yes, I agree with you.
Right.
So 9Z
Okay.
is good to go, and I think that's it then. We have our priorities. Thank you.
Is that legally sufficient, Mr. City Attorney, what we just did?
It was hard to keep track, so I'll defer to the city clerk.
Yeah, so
right, it's
before my attorney kills me, let me just
I told you we had
restate.
a working theory.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve items 9Q, 9S, 9T, 9U, 9V, 9W, 9X, 9Y, and 9Z.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
No.
Did we even give people an opportunity? Did
We
anybody
did.
want to speak? Okay.
All right.
All right.
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
This
you.
way I don't have to go bill by bill
Thank you.
in next
That's-
meeting.
So, and then now we need a motion to defer 9R.
Is there any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
I'll take a motion.
What is 9R?
I need a second.
Land use.
Oh, right, that one.
I need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank you.
Now,
So now we are on to citizens forum.
No, I have one more, the proclamation.
You're right, I didn't mention that one in the beginning. So there is a,
Yes, you mentioned it at the beginning.
no.
I don't remember.
No?
No, I mentioned
Oh,
these. So it's an add-on for a proclamation.
All right, do we need to vote to add it to the agenda?
Yes, please.
Can I get a motion to add it to the agenda, please?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, can you just
So-
give me the number, just for the sake of posterity? What's the number?
9AA.
9AA, and the
Yeah,
name
we
of it
went
is a
through
proclamation
the
for?
alphabet. So this is,
No, I just want to give people an opportunity before everyone leaves if they wanted to sign up.
I will let.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So this is to present to ASPA, which is the South Florida chapter, the American Society for Public Administration, South Florida chapter. They're having a 20th anniversary on the same day as the commission meeting. That's why I can't wait to bring it to the next commission meeting. And they work with they often work in partnership with the Ferrer Institute for Civic Leadership, who presents with us in the Residence Academy. And they're having their 20th Best Practices Conference next month. So we wanted to present them a proclamation.
Would anyone in the public like to speak on this? Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
No.
I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Need a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mauricio?
Okay, thank you. So now citizens forum. Patrick Dunn is not here.
He's
Patricia
no longer
Alvarez.
Yours or mine? It's not mine.
Thank you for sticking around, and I know you're tired, but please, your name and your address for the record.
Oh, yeah, it is mine.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Alvarez, 18201 Collins Avenue, Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, 33160. The reason I'm here is because we have another ordinance that we're having some problem enforcing, dogs and the beach. This is becoming an increasing problem, and the sad part is that I was witness this long weekend because I was on the beach and I have the code enforcement who show up to tell a person that they couldn't have the dog there. They removed in that particular moment the dog, but she came back the day after, and the day after, and the day after.
Mm-hmm.
The problem if we don't enforce the ordinance that we have, because I have a big sign that was provided by the city that they have a $500 fine if they have a dog in the beach. They're not getting a warning, and that's a problem. A verbal warning, people don't follow any rules. I think it's important that if we have ordinance, we need to make sure that they are enforceable. If not, it defeats the purpose and it doesn't serve the people and doesn't serve the community. The fact that we have a lot of code enforcement in the beach telling people that they have to remove the dog, and we have the same person coming and receding doing the same problem, it becomes like nobody's following the rules. So I will appreciate if we have ordinance, like at least start giving warnings to the people, like written warnings, so they know this seriously and they're going to take the ordinance in a way they should be taken as a law and enforceable, because other than that, it doesn't serve anyone.
Okay.
I talked to the code enforcement guy, and he said that they just giving verbal warning,
Yeah,
and they're supposed
doesn't
to
do
create a log to see if it's a reincidence. But at the end of the day, if they are not giving, in my personal opinion, the only way that this is gonna get better instead of worse is when we actually give written warnings, and the second time they need to get the fine. They already have the highest. They already have the highest fine, which is the $500 that we are allowed, and it's written all over. Every single entrance of the city have the rules that this is not a beach property, but they continue to breed the dogs, and we are not enforcing them. So please, if we can do something about it, it will be greatly appreciated, because kids are playing on their urine, and it's not nice for the kids either.
Exactly.
It's
You
not
have the
healthy.
same problem at Winston Towers Park and throughout the city.
Thank you for staying
Thank you.
for that, and
Yes.
I don't think you have everyone here in
Stan,
agreement.
how can
Anyone
we-
else?
Okay. Isaac Feldman?
Can I
No, we're not,
address that?
because we're not voting on anything. This is public.
I
This
know,
is
but
their
I-
time. This is their time. Let them speak. They waited.
Isaac Feldman, 170 Collins, doing business.
Excuse me, is that
Yes.
your residence address?
No, I'm doing business there.
What is your residence address?
Commissioner Joseph.
I'm here
Aren't you
talking
supposed
right
to
now.
state your
Commissioner
residence
Joseph.
address?
Commissioner Joseph.
I
You don't
can
have the
stay in
floor.
my
It's the
business
time.
in Sunny
It is the
Isles.
time for the
I
resident.
have a question.
It's not your time.
Is a
You are
person
not.
supposed
My
You
time
are
is
not
going,
being. You are not being
Commissioner.
recognized right now.
Is a person?
You're not
First,
recognized.
I'm asking a question.
Commissioner
You're not
Vizcarra,
recognized.
congratulations.
Supposed to state their
You
residence.
are
Being
not
next Vice
recognized.
Mayor, you deserve it. Congratulations. Commissioner Joseph,
Please
I know you're trying to...
address everything to me, please. Thank you.
Okay, I want to talk about Commissioner Joseph.
I
You're trying
understand.
to
I
close my
understand.
mouth, not to talk,
Please,
but
please.
I have the right like everybody else. We addressed this last year, it continues. You keep campaigning, he keeps campaigning from his seat. I don't think it's ethical. I'm not an attorney, but we'll definitely check into how ethical it is. I know in 2024, when you ran for a commissioner seat, he came with his T-shirt, commission T-shirt, run around. That's also unethical. Today he was running around telling everybody running for mayor and to vote for him. This is not the campaigning. He didn't even start yet. Okay, and what happened today? Attacking the mayor all the time. This is campaigning. Okay, and we all know if this year wouldn't be election year. What happened today with
Are you a
everybody
city
is
resident?
support? I'm talking. I'm here more resident than you. You know when I
Are
came
you
to
a city
Sunny Isles?
resident?
No, no, no.
1991. When did you come
Do you
to
live in
Sunny
the
Isles?
city?
We are not going back and forth.
You know, I
Commissioner
worked with
Joseph.
the first mayor, 1997.
Isaac,
okay,
Isaac, please,
long before you came.
Isaac,
So please,
address to
I'm,
me.
s-
And
I'm in this city much longer
I
than you even
understand, but
thought to come
also
here.
we do not.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Keep it
Yeah,
to the
I've-
business.
well,
keep it to the business of the city,
Okay,
please.
okay.
And you're
Anyway, I'm
running
going
your
to be
time.
short because
Yes.
everybody started 4.5 hours
Yes,
meeting.
I know. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think it's ethical what you're doing. And, we see, I know even in the synagogue, you're
Make a
coming only.
complaint.
I'm talking. Even the synagogue, we're only coming during the time of elections. And,
Really?
And like the mayor coming almost every week. You come to
Isaac,
the,
please,
you
we're
came to
not-
the list a few
Isaac.
parties to pass business card. What I'm saying is, I don't think what it does is very ethical. Every meeting is doing the same circus, attacking the mayor.
Isaac,
for
you're
personal
campaigning for the
campaign.
mayor.
I'm talking right now, please. It's my time. I'm reclaiming my time. So basically, that's it. I'm going to be short on that. Please, your job is to sit there as a commissioner and to do a job for the Sunny Isles that we all love, Sunny Isles Beach, and not to attack the mayor and not to campaign all the time. Okay?
I tell the
There is
truth
time for that,
regarding
to
the
campaign,
mayor.
not where you sit there.
If I
Thank
question the mayor, it's
Thank you.
only the truth.
Okay, you're attacking, you're not questioning.
That's not attacking.
Mauricio, do we have
There's
any
no other speakers.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Thank you for sticking around. Good night.